Can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes.
Welcome everybody to Norway Chess Round 2. Today, I'm very happy to be joined by Fiona Steil-Antoni. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, David. I'm very excited to be here with you to cover Norway Chess Round 2, a very exciting super tournament, the last big one before the candidate starts soon. I know you've been here the last couple of days, so you're already into the groove. I'm all excited. And before we get into the action, we have 12 minutes before the round starts. So let's have a quick look at what the format is going to be.
All right. So it's a 10-player round robin. And that means that all 10 players play each of the other 9 players once over 9 rounds. You get 3 points instead of 1 for a win. They've expanded the scoring to make place for some more complicated scoring around draws and Armageddons. And that is the really complicated difference in the format here, is that any regulation classical game that ends in a draw, the players get 20 minutes to walk around, double check some prep, but they get right back to the board with the same colors they had in their classical game, and they play an Armageddon game. And the winner of that Armageddon game will get 1.5 points instead of 1. And the person who draws and then loses the Armageddon will get 0. We'll stick with 1 point. Sorry. And of course, a loss in the classical will be 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, they've had this format in Norway now for a few years. It seems to be working for them. I think, chess is huge on TV in Norway. I think that's why also the time control is rather fast. And maybe we can have a quick look at the time control, because it is so unusual for top level chess. So the standard games, each player gets 120 minutes or 2 hours on the clock, and then after move 40 they get 10-second increment per move. And this is the only tournament in the world where they use this time control. And then for the Armageddon, yesterday we were just talking about it, all 3 games were decided in White's favor. White starts with 10 minutes versus 7 minutes for Black. But then again, yesterday, the 3 players who played the White pieces were the rating favorites. So we'll see how the White-Black color balance in Armageddon goes as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, and I think players are so unused to playing with no increment that there is some danger of people flagging between move 30 to 40, like actually losing on time. And I think yesterday in the classical game, Radjabov was down to 2 or 3 seconds at move 35 and resigned. But probably, I mean, physically, he couldn't have finished the moves. He couldn't have gotten to that 10-second increment. So the fact that there's this unusual time control is probably a bit of an adjustment for our participants. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I completely agree with you. I think sort of the shortest time control that is being used these days is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, which was, I just came back from Sharjah. That's what was used there, with no additional time on move 40. And I have to say, I was surprised. The players, everyone I talked to, loved this faster time control. Then, of course, on the other end of the spectrum, you have the Vikings, the World Championship, the candidates, where the games can last up to 7-8 hours. We saw it in the Dubai match with this mammoth game 8, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this one, as I was saying, I think it's great for TV. This tournament is broadcast on TV, so they have kind of a hard stop, which they know they shouldn't go on longer than that. But anyway, we see here the field of participants, a somewhat unusual field, David.
Yeah, so we've got the world champion and Norwegian Magnus Carlsen heading the field. As always, I mean, the tournament probably wouldn't exist without him. So that is a given. And then we have Anish Giri and Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 3 top 10 players who Magnus plays against nonstop at every event on the Magnus tour and Blitz and Rapid and everywhere. And then some former world champions in Vishy Anand and Veselin Topalov. So
very interesting. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was I was just gonna ask you what you think of this field, if you've got some favorite players playing here.
One thing I have to say, I was always a huge Wang Hao fan, both the player but also the person. I had the pleasure of interviewing him a couple of times and getting to know him a little bit. And I'm just a huge fan. I was very sad when he announced his retirement. So I was both surprised and excited to see him back in the field. As you say, Vishy and Veselin, not so active these days, but Vishy just did fantastically well in Poland. At just a Grand Chess Tour, Rapid and Blitz. He won his game yesterday with the white pieces against MBL. So clearly Vishy eager to show, we shouldn't write him off just yet. And yeah, all in all, an interesting field, lacking a bit of young blood, but interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that I can tell you my judging of the temperature in chat the last few days, and also at the Super Bet, which I was commentating. Anand's fans are pumped up. They are just loving it. They're excited. There's basically no player that we have more people excited to see and calling for, show their game and stuff than Vishy right now.
Yeah, I mean, Vishy, he is really maybe not the GOAT, but one of the GOATs for sure. So popular, he's done so much for chess. And I think it's interesting. I guess maybe one of the reasons he's playing is I feel Vishy was, historically known as a very fast player. So he maybe enjoys these faster time controls and the Armageddon.
Yeah, and I have to admit that, like you, I have a strong bias for Wang Hao. He's my favorite person in the tournament, so I'm just absolutely rooting for him nonstop. That's just how it is. And there are some people who get upset about biased commentators, and there are other people who accept that everybody has their preferences. Long ago when I was a young man, I went to China. And Wang Hao was like a kid. And he welcomed and hosted me in Beijing off of nothing. Like, we didn't know each other. I sent a message to some email address in Beijing, like, hey, are there any chess players there I could visit while I'm in China? And they hooked me up with him, and he was so hospitable. And I mean, you know him, so he's just like, it would be hard to imagine that anyone else in the tournament is nicer than him. I don't know them all personally, but it's very likely that there's anyone nicer than him. So I got to vote for him. Now, should we tell people about the info guide and the events? Yeah,
absolutely. So under David's camera, somewhere over there, you can see the link where you can find out more about the event. So just go to go.chess.com/Norway Chess for all the information on the event. And David, people can also get involved actively.
Right. So if you haven't done it yet, you might as well get in on this. This is really easy, fun, and potentially remunerative. There is a voting feature on chess.com/events. You just go there, navigate to the tournament, Norway Chess, select one of the games, click vote, and then you guess the result. It'll pop up a little thing to the right of the board that shows you, white wins, draws, black wins, with the little picture of the player's head, a little bit hard to see, kind of like a little square, but it'll be there. And if you guess the results well over the course of the whole tournament, you could win a piece of a $600 cash prize pool for the best voters over the course of the tournament, or free diamond memberships. And the voting ends after the 10th move of each game. So if you want to be strategic and see the first few opening moves, you can, but make sure you do cast your vote before the game gets to move 10.
Absolutely. A very fun way to get involved. So do it now before you forget. And David, we see all 5 boards have popped up. I somehow, when I commentate, never get around to casting my vote, but let's do a little round of predictions here as we await the first moves.
Yeah. These are going to be off the cuff predictions, folks, not necessarily accurate. We haven't yet won any money for our producer, I don't think, but I'm committed to winning him a bonus one of these days. So we've got Topalov versus Anand is the first one to bet on. What do you think?
I'm going to go very courageously with a draw.
Very courageously with a draw. All right. I'm going to go even more courageously and predict the first black win of the event. I'm going to put it all on Vishy here. Whoa, a lot of other people did too. They must be ultra fans or something. I mean, normally you never predict black to win.
Where do you see the votes?
When you click your vote, it'll show you what other people have already voted. It'll pop up a little bar.
Okay, tomorrow I'll vote. Today I don't think I can get away with doing it now, but tomorrow I'll get in on the action for sure.
Okay.
So Vishy, I mean, you warned me, right? He's got so many fans in the chat. I see. I'm looking at the chat. We haven't said hello yet, but hello everyone who's watching us on Twitch. I see Sven says, "I always predict Anand to win." So that's definitely a good strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I always predict Magnus to win tournaments when he plays in a tournament. But even I will only predict him to win the game, maybe 3 times over the course of a tournament, because it's not like, yeah, unfortunately, draws are a very likely bet in general. For
sure. Also, the chat was pointing out we might be a little biased today in Wang Hao's favor. Speaking of Wang Hao with the white pieces and against Anish Giri.
Yeah, let's make a biased vote. No, I'm going to vote for a draw. I really want Hala to get this money. So we'll go with the draw.
I'll go with the draw as well. Let me find somewhere where I can pick a win. Who am I gonna? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be brave here. I'm gonna pick Timur Radjabov to win his game against Tari. I know he hasn't won. I think isn't today the game? If he draws today, he breaks the record for longest drawing streak.
It would have been. But we glossed over this yesterday. Unfortunately, I forgot it. But Wesley So actually broke his streak yesterday with a loss. So Radjabov,
he lost yesterday. What am I saying? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So Radjabov did not make it to tie Magnus's record of most consecutive draws.
So now that's stuff out of the window, the pressure is off. You can come out all guns blazing.
Yeah. All right. I'll predict for you a win for Timur. Although Tari drew with black yesterday, no trouble against Mamedyarov, the second Radjabov in this event. Okay. So we've predicted that. Next up, Vishy against Mamedyarov. Yesterday, Vishy lost with black against Anand.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, this has to be the most exciting matchup, I think, between two very enterprising, very attacking players. I'm curious, will one of them break through? Will MVL want to bounce back too much, maybe? How much risk is he willing to take?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a draw, although I really hope we see a decisive result there.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably going to have an Italian game, would be my prediction in terms of the opening. I'll predict a win for Vishy. I'll just try and make it more interesting.
You know what? Draws. Yeah, I'm going to go with Mamedyarov then. I can't So I'm going to go with Mamedyarov and Wesley So against Magnus, the last one, as we should be about to lift off. I'm going to go with the draw there.
Me too. I mean, Benjamin Bach during the Blitz tournament correctly predicted that Wesley So would pick the pairing number in the round robin pairing chart that would give him white in round 2 against Magnus Carlsen. So he did this all on purpose. That would tell us that maybe that Wesley was planning to win this game, but I mean, many people have planned to win a game against Magnus, and basically none of them have ever succeeded.
You know what? I hope I don't jinx it, but I wouldn't even be shocked if we've seen quite a few quick draws, I feel, over the years between these two players when Wesley had the white pieces. So we'll see how much can he press the world champion today. But we have liftoff, and actually my eye goes to the MVL against Mamedyarov game, where we were thinking maybe an Italian, but no. Interestingly enough, MVL opens with d4.
Yeah, the experiment continues. He played some d4 at in Romania as well, but yeah, interesting. There's been a shuffle up in his openings. He's playing the Queen's Gambit accepted instead of the Grunfeld. He's playing 1d4 instead of 1e4. The commentators need to keep up.
I know. I think it was also a little bit about time, especially with Black. I think his Grunfeld and his Najdorfs at some point just became maybe a little too predictable. I also feel the fact that MVL didn't get into the candidates, unfortunately for him, maybe gives him a bit more freedom to experiment around.
Yeah, it does. No a5 from Magnus in classical. He plays a Slav defense here.
Did you feel Magnus was taking too many liberties with his opening experiments?
No, I think when you're basically 100 points better than the rest of the world, you can do whatever you want to try and keep things interesting. And I don't think he lost that game because of a4. He just actually got outplayed later on in the game. I mean, he had equality out of the opening and seemed to make some slightly poor positional decisions, and Wesley just was playing perfectly.
And here, well, Wesley is the first one to take some time before deciding what to go. Do you think the Slav defense came as a surprise to
him? Maybe a little bit. Magnus much more often plays e6. Queen's Gambit declines. I was talking to a friend who was saying maybe one of Magnus's biggest opening contributions is the knight f6, e6, and then a6 variations of the Queen's Gambit decline. So I'll just throw that up for our viewers. Like in a position like this one here, to play this a6 move, which I think eventually will go down in history as a bad move. But Magnus has been, very effective with that. And, he's also a contributor to like bishop b4, Queen's Gambit, sort of the Rogozin family. So although I imagine Magnus can play anything,
he really can. Yeah.
I'm not thinking of a lot of mainline Slavs when I think of him.
I agree with you. I mean, off the top of my head, and bear with me because my memory for openings is absolutely useless, but I can't remember the last time. Maybe someone in the chat can help us out. Either if you remember or if you want to look it up. When is the last time that Magnus played a Slav?
I'll make one general warning for us, which is that many times during broadcasts, I've said something like, oh, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave never played the French. He only plays, the Najdorf and sometimes e5, and then for any of these players, someone can dig up a game where they played the French or they played the Slav, right? Like it's not, they've played 3,000 official games of chess. Their career started when they were 12 years old. So if someone digs through the databases, they will find something.
Especially with all the games with shorter time controls. I mean, for sure, Magnus has played the Slav before. I don't think this is his first time ever, but I'd be curious if he's played it, let's say, in a series or in a classical game anytime lately. And the fact that Wesley is still thinking, I mean, let's remind everyone, 2 hours is a very short time control. To take 5 minutes on the third move, clearly a sign that this came as quite a big surprise.
I
have a question for you, David, from the chat from Cartier Tank. Wesley is thinking maybe should I go into the exchange, which he didn't. he didn't do, which I think you're glad to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, recently I commentated with two different grandmasters who said that, oh, the exchange Slav, I play it for a win. I can grind some advantage there. But I
don't believe it. Don't believe the grandmasters.
I guess it's like no, I don't like disbelieve them. I wonder if it's worth it. Like, even if like 1 out of 10 games you get a small edge and the other 9 games are so boring that you cry, like, why not play something else where you also get an edge 1 out of 10 games, but it's not as boring? I don't know. It's too much. It's too much for me.
I am with you. What we have on the board now, do you have any experience playing this with either color?
Yes, not to prepare my future opponents, but this is perhaps my most played defense for black, the semi-Slav. And it's got some solidity to it because it is a Queen's Gambit declined, but it also gives both sides a fair number of very sharp options, even though it looks so solid at first. So I love this opening. Pretty much anytime someone plays it, I root for black. But especially I try and check out the ideas coming up. So I expect Wesley will play e3 here. And I will be favorably surprised if he plays bishop g5.
So you're saying this game can develop it can get quite sharp, or it can stay a bit more positional. What do you expect from Wesley? Which direction do you think this game will take?
So I really don't expect him to play one of the sharpest lines, and that's why I'm predicting e3 here. And then even after e3, there are still sharp lines, and I expect he'll probably avoid those two. I think he'll want to keep things calm and safe, and maybe that's one thing that slightly limits Wesley now as far as reaching Magnus's level, is I rarely see him taking any chances, any big risks. And I think that he's fantastic in wild positions and sharp positions and calculation. So I think he could afford to take some more risks sometimes.
I agree with you. I'm reminded a little bit of the last round I was commentating with Irina Krush, the Grand Chess Tour, the classical tournament, where he made that draw against Linier in the end, where there was still some life in the position. So we'll see which way this one goes, but maybe we can move on for now. See what is happening in the other games.
Yeah. So we've got one Najdorf between Wang Hao and Giri. Let's check this out. This is also in my repertoire, so we'll just book me up so that until tomorrow morning, I'll be a little more prepared. And then tomorrow night, it'll be all forgotten. Knight b3. All right. So I recently had a match for which I prepared to play the move h5 in this position, stopping White's g4 move.
Very interesting.
But Anish plays bishop e7, which is sort of like the simple wait and see move in the Najdorf. And White does not play g4, but simply bishop e3. Okay. So at this point, White hasn't revealed many intentions. If I were just on my own trying to play a move for black, I would castle, maintaining the flexibility on where my knight and bishop are going. I would just castle here. I don't know if that's right or wrong. I'm just testing.
Well, Anish didn't go for it. He decided to get the bishop out to e6.
Which sometimes threatens d5. Depends what White does. Sometimes black can play d5. Sometimes d5, even though you control the square, is not yet that good because White can simply trade the pawn and then play knight c5, attacking your bishop and b7 and get the bishop pair. So just because you can play d5 doesn't mean it always works out. You sort of have to check every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about those. I have no experience. I've never really played the Night-Orf with either color, but it feels like they are so concrete, and you just have to, it's not enough, to have some general ideas about about the plans of the opening. It's so concrete.
I agree. It's definitely helpful to have some ideas and some knowledge. Like, it tells you what move you should look at, right? And then but then, as you say, there's this burden that you have to figure out if the move's actually good in that position.
Exactly. What about, we glossed over, but what about f4? Is that a normal move in this position?
I'm not sure. I mean,
looks interesting.
Yeah, I know that you can play this h3 move, fake g4, and then go for f4 instead. But I can't give you the grandmaster rundown on which move order encourages
I find it so interesting when I watch these super GM moves. I always feel, without, as I said, without any knowledge of the opening, I would never ever play h3 and then f4 and weakening my dark squares like this.
Right.
If I didn't know who was playing and I saw this position, I would think, okay, surely those are not very good players.
Yeah. The Night-Orf has become so well trodden that sometimes you'll see games where people play like h3, e6, a3, and you would really think like, it's a beginner. Like black doesn't even have a knight that can come to b4. Like, what are you doing? We see things like this now. And then you look and it's some grandmaster exploring some really fancy sidelines. But what I would say is this suggests that white's going to want to castle queenside. And normally you see the move f4 in positions with the pawn on h2, bishop e2, and quick castling kingside. So this is a little bit of an unusual system that Wang Hao is playing. I mean, I wouldn't say he's inventing it. Everything has been tried by now. But it's definitely going to be something with only 50 GM games in the database versus 5,000. I think
it makes a lot of sense anyway for Wang Hao, who, he took, how long has he been away for? A year, right? It was after so when you haven't played classical chess for a year, because theory develops so quickly, I think it makes sense for him to try and be the first one to step off the well-trodden, like the main theoretical lines. So let's see how this, because, well, as we see now in the current position, Wang Hao, as you were saying, indeed did go for queenside castles, and we just have one more move, right? King. Oh no, I know this is our king b1 there. There it is, and we're back in the live position. What do you make? What do you make of it?
Well, black's e5 square is very nice for the knight. I think that a big idea for black here would be to play bishop g5 and trade white's dark squared bishop, since white is almost has no pawns on dark squares, almost has no control of the dark squares without that bishop. Very, very important piece for white. And so king b1 is not just a random safety move or tucking move, but I think specifically black was ready to play bishop g5 already there.
And king b1, of course, the idea is that you remove the king from that diagonal c1 to h6, so that if bishop g5 were played, you could remove the white bishop and avoid take exchange.
Yeah. So a downside of black's move orders, they don't have very good control over d5. So I could imagine a very likely follow-up move for white pretty soon here would be knight to d5. Once black's traded on f4 like this, there aren't as many easy pawn breaks for white or for black here. So I don't really see a good way to improve white's f1 bishop or a good place to break with a pawn storm.
Yeah, I'm also, I have to say, very curious as to Wang Hao is going to proceed here. What about black? Will Anish just castle kingside? Will he do it right now? Is there something he wants to do before castling?
Yeah, it's interesting. He's thinking a bit about it, but I think that that castling kingside is very safe and reasonable and very likely to be his move here or in the next move. I mean,
Yes. Anish, I mean, clearly this f4 has also taken Anish out of his, the line he knows by heart, because Anish is one of the world's leading experts on the Najdorf, and we see that he decides to throw in rook c8 before castling.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say if he wouldn't castle, maybe rook c8 with the idea of maybe taking quickly on c3 just as an exchange sack. Because once black makes that exchange sack, there's almost no dynamism in white's position. I mean, very, very few things for white to do.
Yeah, so do we want to do something? Do we want to stop the exchange sack?
Potentially, yeah, a queen move that defends the knight so you wouldn't get doubled pawns, or of course, knight to d5 is a reasonable move that avoids it as well. I was thinking if white's preference is before playing knight d5 to play knight d4, then that would be a reason for Anish to play rook c8 before castling. If he wants to go after this knight because he thinks the best order for Wang Hao is knight d4 and then maybe knight f5. Trying to recapture with the e pawn on f5 and then bring the second knight to d5. If Anish felt like that was really a threatening idea for white to delay knight d5 while getting this knight to f5, then that would be a motivation to go for rook c8 here. And Wang Hao plays queen e3.
Oh, queen. Oh, we had a couple more moves. And actually, I see that Chucky Thompson in the chat had actually called all those moves before they happened, because he said, I think white is going to play queen e3 or queen e1, followed by g4, g5, h4. And it looks like that's just what Wang Hao is going for.
Wow. That is a full prediction there from Enoch, right? I mean, he's predicting he or she or they are predicting many, many moves ahead.
Yeah. And I wonder, I'll just call you Chuck. No, it isn't even Chucky. I thought it was Chucky. Okay, Enoch. Are you familiar with those positions? Because I think I remember Enoch from other broadcasts, and I think he is a decent player. So I'm curious how he came up with that prediction. And well, we're in for a very very sharp game here, surely.
Yeah, black's got access to the c4 square right now, but one concern is if you go to c4, you trade off white's worst piece. They're absolute do nothing. So I guess trying to think of a plan for black.
Would you take, I mean, you said you're a Najdorf player, right? Would you take black here, or are you not so sure in this position?
Yeah, I would take black. I think as far as positions go, this one's fully acceptable. I don't think white's made any major impression on black's position. Trying to think of how to make some progress for black.
What about? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if you go queen c7, then you're restraining the knight with the threats on c2, and you can use that to play either b5, b4, or b5, knight b6, knight a4. So I would expect queen c7 is the next move.
By the way, David, Enoch is actually a GM. He's telling us, which I probably believe it. He says he's played a classical game against you a few years ago. And I mean, you seem more dubious, but I believe it because I've seen him around a bit and don't remember a bad suggestion.
All right. Fair enough. I mean, you don't get a lot of bad suggestions online, but
you're so cynical, David.
I'm just joking for fun. I've got no reason not to believe it. There's incredibly strong players on the internet and in chat rooms. Even GMs do sometimes perhaps watch chess streams. So
I'm sure they do. Okay, well, this one very interesting. Should we maybe move on for now? Maybe we can go to MVL against Mamedyarov, which at least going into the round I thought was going to be the most exciting. And maybe we can go back and see how we got
those
here.
bishops from MVL. I mean, he's really put his pieces very far forward here.
He has. Shall we go back and see how we got here maybe?
Sure. So on this opening here from Black, Semi Tarash has a very, very good reputation right now. Very, very good reputation right now at GM level. And the main thing that people play here as white is this variation CD5, Knight D5, E4. And Black's plan is to trade. And so far, it's like the Grunfeld, except with, the E pawn instead of the G6 pawn. But instead of pressuring the center, all Black does is they play bishop B4, trade off one more piece to reduce their cramp, castle. And this position is considered pretty reasonable for Black at top GM level. It's been investigated for, it was popular when Petrosian was world champion. So
a while back,
Spassky and Petrosian disputed this position in their world championship match. But after laying low for a while, it again became really popular. So, which
tends to happen with chess theory, right? Like there's always waves, like opening. It's a lot like fashion in a way. It just comes and goes in waves.
Yeah. Also, people learn new ideas, and a new idea can change which openings are considered good or bad. And then you have to adjust again and again, right? So, the idea that you could at all let your opponent occupy the center and still fight back, that turned everything on its head. But, little ideas like, computers say bishops are worth 3.15 instead of 3. Just any little detail like that is going to really mess with a whole bunch of openings and shake things up.
For sure. And as you say, we really have seen that over the last few years. The way people play chess, and especially openings, has just evolved in the direction. I think, even when we were young, I don't think we could have imagined this was going to happen. But it's great. I think it's great news for chess. And also people can get a bit more creative again, maybe.
Yeah, I do think things have been changing at a pretty quick rate, actually, recently. So it is fun for any student of the game to be at this moment. So Mamedyarov plays a move, C takes D4. It's also played. But I don't know the moves here as well by heart, but I think long ago I had a game that went like this, maybe, with the knights taking, and then like A6, E4, something like that is kind of sharp. So he takes here. It's just like a mild surprise to me, because most recently in Super GM tournaments, I've seen the Black players being very, very happy to play the knight takes D5 line. Okay, so queen takes D4. That makes maybe more sense than knight D4 as I played.
I'm just looking at the clock times. I'm not sure where Shahriar spent his time, but he has spent a considerable amount of time. Oh, in fact,
true. Let me mess with this and see if I can see the time usage. Sometimes
I think he has been thinking right now for 10 minutes. So it is right now that he's in the tank. Well, you were talking about those bishops that have come out for white. Yeah, let's see maybe how we got there.
Oh, I see. Okay, I recognize the line that Grandmaster Nucky is giving us in chat. This E4 move going into an endgame, this has been played several times actually in Super GM tournaments that I commented. I recognize this now. White plays E4, and then after black takes, white trades the queens, gets the king stuck in the center, plays knight to G5, and after bishop E6, white gets the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
And this endgame was played by Rapport at
In
Super
Fike and
Bad.
C, right?
Yeah, Wesley So
Yeah.
has had this as black in the U.S. championships against Lenderman. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of GM games in this position, and basically black is fine. It looks really scary to a classically trained chess eye like mine. It looks like, oh, white's got a lot of chances, a lot of things to try.
Yeah.
And basically by one tempo, black doesn't lose. But then it's a draw. You know, it's not like there's an edge for white. It's like white's one move away from winning, but black just survives just fine.
Oh, and Nucky is saying that apparently Raja and Tari got this line also, which I mean, I guess that's today. We'll go there. Let's
Right
quickly
now?
catch up.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Interesting.
Oh, and Radjabov played it slightly different than the other GM games I've seen. He played it to just try and keep a tiny edge and not go for the kill right away. But okay, we'll get to that one too. So it's funny, Radjabov has the white side of this and Mamedyarov the black side. They like offered to play both sides of the same opening on the same day.
I mean, I'm curious, since Radjabov is in the candidates, who knows, it could very well be that maybe he's done some work with Mamedyarov, but having said that, in that case, maybe they shouldn't both play it and give away all the prep.
You would imagine.
Yeah.
You would imagine that they would be sort of working together for that candidates. Okay, so let's see some more moves. So bishop G5, bishop E7, E3 for MVL, castles, queen A4, because knight C6 is coming no matter what. And now bishop B5.
What's the bishop doing on B5, David?
I don't know, trading itself.
Bishop B5. Okay, so the first question is, as black, how do you defend? How do you defend that knight?
I mean, like an obvious move is bishop D7. But after deep thought, Mamedyarov has done something different, going for some more trades. I was also going to say, like, you don't necessarily need to defend the pawn yet. Because until white's castled, they're probably not going to open the A6 F1 diagonal to grab a pawn. Sure. But I mean, like, even if black had just played the simple move bishop D7, I was struggling to figure out what the point of bishop B5 was, because I don't think you want to trade this bishop for the knight or the bishop. So
but
I don't know what you're doing here.
If you go bishop D7, will you get some problems with the pawn on D5 somehow?
This one here?
Yeah.
Like to rook D1 from white?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it feels like you're locked into trading, which is going to defend the pawn.
By the way, also Nucky is saying that he thinks in one of the recent Ding games, black had played this move bishop D7 and it continued castles A6 and bishop takes C6.
And then bishop takes C6. There's queen to D4, regaining this nice dark square in the middle.
Oh no, I think if B takes, yeah, and if pawn takes, then knight E5, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, he used two lowercase b's. One of them was a bishop and one of them was a pawn, so you have to guess which. But I'm
keeping us on our toes.
I'm going to make a guess that when the queen's attacked is when the queen moves, and that against pawn takes C6, the idea was then knight E5, immediately regaining the bishop pair and looking to play against the hanging pawn on C6. The interesting thing about this situation is here, white's queen ended up on a good square because it can attack a6 and c6, very good active square. And in the other line with bishop takes c6, again, white's queen ended up on a good square. And that's kind of a little miraculous trick there.
Yeah, so maybe that's the whole idea behind giving up the bishop here, is just that the queen suddenly becomes quite a powerful piece.
Yeah. And we've got Carvalma saying what I think many people would think about this, does not like the queenie so exposed in the middle of the crossfire, right? I mean, it's unusual this early in the game with this many pieces to find a calm spot for your queen in the middle of the board. But I think that's the trick of bishop b5 has been now explained to us. By trading that one knight, regardless of how black recaptures, white finds a decent spot for the queen.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Interesting idea, but Mamedyarov didn't want any of that, didn't go for knight for bishop d7, instead goes for knight e4, as you said, inviting more trades. So first things first, if white captures on e7.
Right. Which way is he going to take back?
Yeah, but I guess queen takes can't be an option, right?
Queen takes leaves all...
Yeah, it leaves
a couple
everything.
of our pawns hanging. Knight takes still leaves a pawn hanging as well.
Yeah, that's true,
but
actually.
no, white couldn't take this one because of the bishop on a over here.
So do you think, yeah, knight takes must be the idea, surely?
So knight takes could be reasonable, and it's funny, we're kind of avoiding this bishop's trade as well, right?
Yeah. I'm never sure how to evaluate these positions. When I play, I tend to not like playing with the isolated pawn, and I look at this and I feel, this pawn on d5. On the other hand, I haven't castled yet. Yeah, and it just, this bishop on b5 now suddenly looks very awkward.
Yeah.
So it's a weird position that I'm not sure how to assess, really.
Right. My guess would be that it's an edge for white, because there's the isolated pawn plus a couple trades coming in. So my guess would be that white is a little bit better, perhaps in more than one way. We could make this trade and then not take the pawn, right? Like we could make the trade and then just put the knight on d4. That's going to be sort of maybe a normal playable position. The e pawn can be slightly weak or slightly strong. But my suspicion is that the nicest edge for white would come from rook c1 in this position. I really want to castle, but so I'm scared to play this move, but that's my instinct, is that we don't want to trade on e4. We don't want black to trade on c3. So we need to play rook c1 to keep our pawn structure clean and hold the tension between the knights, and hopefully we'll get around to castling.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not obvious, right, how black should take advantage of the fact that the king isn't castled yet. There's no dark squared bishops anymore. The black queen can't come to a5 so easily. The king seems quite safe in the center for now, and I know what you're saying, you want to castle the next move.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be so worried. Black has one active piece, and white's pieces they're not necessarily all on safe squares, but they're reasonably engaged in the game. So yeah, white should be better with rook c1 here.
Okay, so let's move on from here and let's see this other game where we had the same opening between Radjabov and Tari.
Yeah, so we got the e4 move. Tari took, trade, knight g5, bishop e6, takes, bishop c4, king e7. Now, I think most games I saw in this position featured white playing like bishop g5, castles queenside, knight takes e4. And the most aggressive moves that I would play the first time I saw this position, what I would try out first. But Raja just castles.
Mhm.
Now he plays an aggressive move, knight b5. If he plays rook e1, then there's bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop e4 looks annoying. Yeah?
Otherwise, he gets a
Yeah.
safe little advantage with knight takes e4. Okay. So he plays knight b5. So he gives up on winning back the e4 pawn for now. Just tries to take aggressive posts for the pieces. Threat of knight c7, which, okay, could win the rook, but also winning the e6 pawn would be enough. So black plays knight a6 to keep the knight out. So if you play knight c7, I mean, if you play knight c6, the knight c7 comes. Your rook isn't trapped, but you lose this pawn.
And
the
that's
bishop
a big
becomes
pawn.
amazing.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be good for black. Knight a6. Wow, a3.
A3 is such a calm move, you know, it feels like a lot of people would think, okay, I'm down a pawn. How do I go on about regaining that pawn as soon as possible? But A4, A3 is just like, okay, let me just take away that B4 square and I'll deal with the pawn later.
Yeah, I'm really like, what is going on with A3? I'm sort of impressed and surprised all at once. I mean, you would think he would want to play the move bishop e3. That would be the obvious move. And sometimes if you look at the obvious move in your game and you see a problem with it, that leads you to a less obvious move that helps set it up.
Carvalma says A3 tastes like Medova tea, so mild.
I don't know any tea, so
I also have never heard of Medova tea, but but it is, I mean, it's a very calm move.
Yeah, definitely.
But look at the clock times. I mean, Timur has been playing very, very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if all of this. I see, by the way, he played A3 in only 15 seconds. So my best guess is this is something that he had cooked up at home.
Yeah. So bishop c5 would be like one question about what white's doing. You know, can black play bishop c5 in response? But I don't really know how a3 would have prevented bishop c5 either.
Sorry, David, I'm getting sidetracked. You never told me about your nickname, Angry Grandpa.
It was very distracting to me too. I was like very surprised. Hadn't heard that before. Yeah, I think it is the first time in my life I've been called a grandpa. So quite a moment for me to absorb. Fiona, if you want to just take over the broadcast while I have a late life crisis.
Sure, no problem. I'll see you in an hour.
Yeah. I'll have to work through this one for a little bit. A3. What does that have to do with bishop e3?
Does black have to go bishop c5?
They don't have to, but it does develop a piece while defending the a7 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious as well. But in the game, so after a3, let's see in the game, because after a3, Tari went bishop e7. And then just left it.
Yeah. So in the game, just like I don't understand the point of a3, I'm not sure why in the game Tari didn't put the bishop on c5. Oh, I've got one idea. Maybe one idea. Okay. Maybe on bishop e3, if black plays bishop c5, white would play b4.
B4 there. And trying to open the F file.
And the point is the knight on a6 is trapped this way.
Wow, that's very deep, actually.
Maybe it's something like that. You also can't put your rook on c8 to fight for control of c7 anymore because there's knight d6. Yeah. You need a square for the king. It looks like you have to do something like rook d8 and king e7.
But it's, I mean, this opening, I remember actually that report game. I think that's the first time I really saw it when I was commentating in Vike. It feels to me that whenever I look at this opening, the engine just is bang in the middle. The engine just always says 0, 0, 0, no matter what. I look at this and I think, oh, it's a really interesting position. White has given up a pawn, but black seems a little bit awkward. But the engine just always kills all the fun.
Killed 0.00, say a stockfish. Yeah, so maybe that's not the idea. Anyway, that's one thing I could think of around what's going on with the bishop to c5 move. Or could white trade and play b4? That might come out about the same. Let me just try that too. If I can move here. So now I think the knight should go back to a6 probably.
But here it looks like we finally found something. The bar is and b7.
Yeah. And if we hadn't played a3 for white, the pawn on b4 would be hanging in this position. So white would have achieved basically nothing.
Finally, it all makes sense.
That was deep.
Yeah.
That was really deep. So a3, I think we finally got a glimmer of its meaning. And I wonder if it's not even like home prep. It's such a detailed move and he played it so fast. I mean, it would be hard to figure out.
I think it's definitely home prep. I mean, I don't think you play a move like a3 in 10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, he spent overall 8 minutes, but they've got no increment and they're writing down the moves and playing the moves and pressing the clock. I imagine in sort of a calm, polite tea drinking manner, not like, vodka blitz. So, I mean, could he have seen all of that in less than 2 minutes while looking at other things too? It seems unlikely.
Yeah, no, I think this is home prep. Maybe we'll find out after the game.
So that might all still be prep.
By the way, I see in the chat a request to go back to Wesley against Magnus, which we can see below us. That has advanced quite a lot. Maybe we should quickly update that. And then I think there's only one game we haven't caught up with Vishy with the black pieces against Topalov. So let's quickly update Magnus and then
we'll they went from the slowest game to the fastest game. When we left them, they were sitting there thinking about c6 for 10 minutes in the opening. And now they are well into the end game with Magnus still having 1 hour and 54 minutes on the clock. So
I think this game is gonna end pretty quickly. That's my prediction.
Yeah. So Wesley played queen c2, bishop d3 variation, which is a solid variation as I expected. He didn't play g4. He didn't play bishop d2 castles queenside. He didn't play a mainline Maran or Moscow. b3, e5, takes. Yeah, so this position here is considered like a tiny bit good for white. But I think one of the things that Magnus has done with his position as world champion and best player in the world, leader of chess theory and understanding, is he's shown that a lot of positions which used to be considered like a small edge, that they just don't matter against him. Like if he's prepared for it, it's simply a draw. It doesn't matter that a normal person would look at it and think like, oh, there's a little bit of work or a little bit of torture. For Magnus, it's the same as defending king and pawn against king. Like technically the other side has that extra pawn, but it's just an algorithm to draw it.
No, I think you make a very good point. And I think that also explains why he goes into this so quickly. I think he's just confident, in his knowledge and in the understanding of the position. And as you say, although to the mere mortals that might look like suffering, he sees past that.
Yeah, because when I was first learning this opening, I saw this position. I mean, I saw this position. What would it be? It'd be like 15, 18 years ago, when I was first learning the semi-Slav. I saw this position. I thought, oh, let me look for some other variation for black.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, for one thing, I wanted to win my games with black, and basically you're going to win 0 games as black in this position. And for another thing, I was slightly afraid that I would lose this endgame a certain percentage of the time. And if I lost 1 out of 5 games and never won a single game, that wasn't going to be a good result to me. But for Magnus, it's going to be 100 out of 100 draws with black. So he just says, whatever, this is dead. And this is also what I mean about Wesley not taking enough risks if he wants to surpass Magnus. I mean, Magnus literally could have won. I could have held this draw in a blitz game without ever thinking, right? I mean, it's like,
yeah. I mean, especially when you go through all the trouble of winning the blitz tournament, picking your number.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think if Wesley wanted to be number 1 in the world, maybe he should try taking some more risks and just, see what comes from it. No matter how good you are, everybody always has to, try out something new, reevaluate a few things, try and expand and learn and grow a little bit.
No, I'm completely with you. I see War of Ideas in the chat is saying B4, suggesting B4, or another suggestion, or just shake hands. I think actually that the handshake, is there a no draw before move something rule in place? I haven't seen anything.
I saw one game that was drawn yesterday end by repetition.
No draw offers are allowed before move 30, actually. So yeah, no draw offers before move 30.
Only at move 20.
Yeah, but I mean, these players, first of all, it wouldn't take them long to blitz out 10 moves. Second of all, we could see a repetition. We'll see what happens, but I don't expect much action from this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would say B4 threatens nothing, to be clear. Like putting your pawn on B5 is not even an advantage for black. Black just plays bishop D7, and then you don't really want your pawn on B5. Doesn't really help. So I think against B4, black would just continue the normal plan of putting the king on D6 to have a defender for the isolated pawn on D5. And, it's a one weakness position with limited material, limited ways to make a second weakness. And
I mean, it's also funny. Magnus's time usage indicates like he is not interested in, spending his afternoon playing this position. I think Magnus is like, let's get onto the Armageddon and
right.
Figure it out.
Sitting here pointing out to Wesley that like it's pointless to do any of this.
Okay, so let's leave these guys to it, and let's maybe check in with Vesel and Topalov and Vishy Anand.
All right. So here I bet on a wild black win. What a prediction. At the moment, white is down a pawn with compensation. So
Let's see. Let's see how we got here.
That's possible. All right, let's see what they did. We had a Queen's Gambit accepted from Vishy. Wow, the QGA is just soaring up the charts right now.
It really is.
So E4, B5. Now they're playing a sharp variation of it here right away. E4, B5, A4, C6.
You know, I think we were talking about before the round started about there isn't much young blood, but sometimes inviting players like Veselin or Vishy who are semi-retired is also very exciting because they feel like, okay, we're almost retired, might as well have some fun, you know?
Yeah.
A bit like Kramnik in his last, his last tournaments.
A lot of people are really excited about Anand because he's doing well. I'm excited about Veselin because it's a question mark. I just haven't seen him play for so long. I'm curious what does Veselin look like now? So knight b1, Anand defends the pawn on c4. It gets attacked. d4 gets sacked. Back you go. And there you go. That's the shape of the pawn structure we get. So what has white achieved so far for the pawn? Not that much. I mean, a nice square on c4. One tempo of development. Maybe the knight on b8 is awkward.
Yeah, the whole constellation maybe with the knight on b8 and the pawn on c6, pawn on b4. As you say, the knight, where does it go? It can't go to d7, can't go to 6, can't go to a6. So you will need to probably do a little bit of shuffling to get that out. And of course, as long as the knight cannot get out, the rook is also stuck on a8. So
yeah,
let's see.
Our grandmaster Nucky Thompson is saying that recently this sort of sharp line of the Queen's Gambit accepted was played with Queen b6 by Dominguez and Hikaru. And actually, that's also the move that Wang Hao played in the Blitz tournament 2 days ago. And they're playing this variation here with Bishop f4. This was featured in the Blitz tournament here. So that was one of the reasons why I was noticing that that even the semi-retired players are pretty up on modern theory, because you see like Wang Hao and Topalov.
They have to be, right?
Very current openings.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing with chess these days. I feel like if you go to a tournament like this and you're not up to date on the latest theory, you can just get slaughtered right off the bat. And I mean, there's nothing more depressing than just not even getting a game, like basically being dead out of the opening and feeling like I didn't even play today. So yeah, current chess currently is interesting, but also you better be up to date.
Yeah. So they seem to have managed that. They seem up to date to me. So we got sort of normal development from the pieces. Both sides get castled, and that brings us to the current position. The knight on b8 still seems to be Black's major drag. That it can't move, and even if it did move, it would lose the c6 pawn to knight e5. So I guess Anand has some problems to solve, but he's ahead on the clock. So it's Topalov who's working here.
Very interesting position between these two players. As you say, some problems maybe for Vishy to solve, but Veselin has spent the time. I think we're going to take our first short break of the day, and then after that, we will come back to this game as well as the 4 others which are still ongoing. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
and welcome back everybody to chess.com's coverage of Norway Chess 2022. Here you can see the 5 boards that we have going on today in the classical tournament, and Fiona and I are going to give you a quick rundown of the first action, or the first hour of action. So Fiona, what do you think of what we've seen the first few moves here?
I thought the first hour was had its interesting moments for sure. I think the strongest game, let's say the strongest clash of the round, didn't yet hold its promises. I think Wesley So and Magnus are headed for a draw quite shortly. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, while that is disappointing, the good thing about Norway Chess is we're not done yet. When the players agree to a draw, they come back 20 minutes later and play an Armageddon game. I think that will be very interesting with Wesley, with the white pieces and the extra 3 minutes. Then for me, maybe the most exciting game was Wang Hao against Anish Giri, a very sharp Najdorf. I think we should probably go back to that quite soon. And then 2 games which followed the same opening, Radjabov against Tari and MVL. MVL and Mamedyarov. They look quite different. They look quite different now.
They do now, yeah.
But yeah, also an interesting, all around quite interesting, except for the game against Wesley against Magnus, which I think is about to peter out.
Yeah, and I think the Topalov Anand game is still at the earliest point of these games. There's a lot of room for something to happen there. And that game has a pretty decent likelihood of being tense. So we'll see how that one goes. But I think we can put Wesley and Magnus behind us for the moment and wait for their Armageddon game, and maybe check out our only E4 game of the day in Wang Hao and Anish Giri.
Yeah, because that has developed quite a bit since we left it off. So let's go back. In this game, it looked like Wang Hao was the first one to spring at least a semi-surprise. He went for an early F4 push, and let's go back maybe a few moves to where we left them off.
Let's see. So we had them castled. We had King B1 to avoid Bishop G5. We had Rook C8, threatening to simply trade the rook for the knight, I think. Just positionally, just give it. Wang Hao doesn't allow that. And here's where we left off. And now we see white playing knight D4 to F5 before knight to D5. Ooh, Queen A5, the re-threaten of rook takes C3.
Yeah.
So that gets a weakness out of white's queen side. Very nice, Anish. Very nice work.
B5 seems sort of the automatic response, right? When A3 appears.
Yeah. There's a hook. The pawn pushes. It forces a trade of the hook. Pawn takes pawn. Here, if you were playing a game, you should glance at rook takes C3. Like, you should be aware of those kind of possibilities, and not be making mechanical recaptures. In this case, it doesn't work, but I would recommend to anybody out there playing the Sicilian to have your eye on rook takes C3 in positions like this.
So queen takes and queen d4, offering a trade of queens, which was, oh, by the way, I just see under your face the game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen has ended in a draw. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Has ended in a draw. So these 2 players will come back in around 20 minutes to duke it out in the Armageddon game.
Yeah. So Wang Hao offering the queen trade. I mentioned from a very early point that I didn't really see how white was going to get an attack against black's king. I mean, if given all the time in the world with opposite side castling, you can always eventually create some kind of an attack, but it's very slow. So I am not surprised to see Wang Hao offer that queen trade. I think he could reasonably want to go to an endgame at this point, where black's got a couple isolated pawns, a little bit of the pieces being restricted, a little bit of pressure against d6, and a little bit of concern about the white squares. You know, the bishop doesn't want to trade for either knight, but the knights are coming in if it won't trade.
So it makes a lot of sense for Anish to say queen trade, no thank you.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Anish is on the opposite side of that. He says, well, if I'm suffering a little bit in the end game and white doesn't have a clear attack against my king, then maybe I should keep the queens on the board.
For sure. So queen a5. And I think one of the things you were mentioning is in these positions still, white always has to look out for rook takes c3 and the queen coming into a2. Especially now also that the b file has opened as well. So I'm curious, what does white have to do anything about that, or is rook takes c3 still not a threat? Also, the other question is, can I be very greedy? The answer is most likely no, but can I be very greedy and take on d7 and take on d6?
Right. I think we're mostly looking at like, you know, queen trade ideas, but under the surface of this, there's a lot of violence. Like even last move,
he looks calm and nervous.
Yeah, wondering what he's threatening here. Good question from you. Can white get greedy like this, even get a tempo on the rook? And would black just play rook c3 in response, saying, well, take one of them, your pick?
Which one?
Which one?
I mean, taking on these, yeah. Although I'm a little bit fearful of taking the one on e7, I have to say, because if I take on
period,
yeah, fair point.
Yeah, if I had this position in a tournament game, I would be in very, very fearful mode. So just briefly, like pawn takes c3. One option for black is you just go rook back to e8, and then you've got rook b8 coming. And, you know, these two pieces over here are not being particularly helpful. And my guess would be that black has, you know, pretty good compensation.
Yeah, I agree. This looks scary. And what if we take the other rook? That might be even more scary. So if we take on e7 instead.
Then I think we would get
mated
here.
Yeah, you just take b2, yeah.
Here, and just take b2. And the knight on d7 is responsible for stopping back rank mate. The threat is to take on c2. And again, it looks scary for white. Bishop d3, black could just take.
No, that king looks like it's not gonna survive.
I guess rook c1 could be tried. Black has maybe knight f3 then, or knight g6, trying to pick up the dark squared bishop. Yeah, I guess knight f3, king d1, bishop b3.
What if I move my rook to somewhere and just try and come into to d4 with the queen?
So just go back here and take your back rank mate, and then go to c3 or d4. Yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, the bishop is covering the rook, so knight f3 doesn't immediately end the game. And I was thinking of like bishop b3 here, but weirdly the bishop's covering everything. And white might be able to just, you know, take it and walk the king out.
Hard to believe, but the bar seems to agree.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to just, you know, win with a direct threat. And then the other direct threat is bishop b3. And yeah.
But there, can we now take the knight on e5? I see the bar jumped up, so I think there must
and you know, this is my quote unquote threat, but then I don't have any
No, not enough pieces. Huh?
attackers there, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, maybe just rook c8 like you said. And then ideas just queen d4, queen e4, just
Because we
keep
haven't
all the
given up
pieces centralized.
that much material, right? We're only down in
very little.
exchange. So no, this just looks like it's gonna end badly for that white king.
Yeah. So I would be surprised to see white trade the knight just to grab this pawn on d6 here. I was thinking a move like queen a4 looks very plausible. He's deep in thought. I mean, there could be a tactical mistake in this. I mean, it might be a blunder. I haven't double checked it or anything, but this is sort of the default move I would expect for white, covering any queen a2 business, offering another queen trade, and, you know, maybe weakening the a6 pawn in some case, or letting us bring even more defenders.
Wang Hao has been thinking for a while here. So yeah, queen a4. I mean, I'm with you. Any move that can sort of stop that onslaught that we just saw a second ago. So I wouldn't be surprised to see queen a4 played.
Yeah, I mean, if there are other candidate moves for white, maybe knight d5 would be another candidate move that avoids rook takes c3 and that fits with white's theme of going into the light squares. I don't see an immediate win for black against knight d5, so that's another important factor for any move we look at for white. Is, you know,
do I lose immediately? No,
am I losing immediately? Because it seems like on a lot of neutral moves, like let's say you might want to play bishop e2 and coordinate your rook, right? It seems on a lot of neutral moves that black can probably just take on c3 with, you know, a promising attack. So I think there's only a narrow number of moves for white to consider here.
Yeah, I think let's leave Wang Hao to it, and let's move around a little bit. Maybe we can check back in. Well, I'll let you pick, actually.
Okay. Let's check out the development in the game between MVL and Mamedyarov in that case. So last we saw, Vishy was thinking here and went with rook c1. Mish, I think we just answered the question about knight d6. It would be the same as our answer to knight e7. Basically, you trade your knight for the bishop and pawn, and then at the end, black plays rook takes c3 and gets an attack that's either good enough or too good for the material sacrifice. Okay, so Vishy played rook c1 here, queen b6, castles, a6 going after his b2 pawn. So Mamedyarov spotted the one real weakness in white's camp with that queen b6 move. Yep. Because if the rook's gone to c1, who's going to defend b2? And you also still need to spend a move getting the king out of the way.
Yeah, so after a6, it looks like there's trouble on b2, but there's some tactical solutions to how to deal with this. Because you're not really threatening, right, to take the bishop, but you are threatening to take on c3, I guess.
Yeah, I guess the threat is to trade the knight, and then after rook takes, take with the queen on b5. So, if white plays bishop e2, for example, black can maybe take on b2.
Yep.
Yeah. Against bishop d3, I think knight c5 is fine for black. Right. The queen has to come defend the bishop, and then we just make a trade and grab a pawn. You know, white could win back their pawn on d5 or just play for compensation by trying to put their knight on b6 or c5. It's not like white's in danger or anything, but black is getting just enough out of the position.
So in the game, what did MVL after a6?
So in the game, he just made the trade on e4 now. Right? Takes the pawn there. Mamedyarov takes the bishop. He takes the knight, takes the pawn. and then safeguards the A pawn. So it feels like, yeah, I mean, it was like a reasonable choice for Maxime to make those trades, given what his other options were. But mostly it feels to me like Mamedyarov successfully solved the opening. Like he's just doing fine.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's still, okay, there's still that bishop that needs taken care of, but actually did that right now. Bishop came out to f5, a beautiful square for the bishop controlling the square on b1, so there's no rook b1s for white. And yeah, I mean, if anything, I like this for black, but the rook, it can't go to b1, but it can go into the 7th rank, which is what MVL did.
Yeah,
there's c7.
There is some danger for white here, which is the long range bishop versus the knight and a queenside pawn majority.
Yeah.
So if you had like a rook and bishop versus rook and knight endgame, you could be scared. You would need some concrete ways for white to keep up with black here. I think it's very important that white has the d4 square for the knight. So if the e3 pawn were on e5, for example, I think white's position might be much worse.
For sure. I mean, on d4, you can never dislodge the knight. It's a beautiful square. Black has no pawns on either the e file or the c file, and no dark squared bishops, no knights, unless you want to give up the exchange. You can never ever dislodge the knight from d4.
Yeah. So I think this knight on d4, it's like maybe, one of the 2 or 3 squares on the board where the knight would be able to compete with this bishop, be close enough to a potential pass b pawn and to the king side at the same time, and probably hold the position together. But otherwise, yeah, I would be worried for white. And in the game, oh, they went for a queen trade.
I'm surprised that MVL offered the queen trade, but I'm sure he knows what he is doing. I mean, this whole time we're clicking to the moves. The bar never even moved, by a millimeter. It's just...
The accuracy is high. Yes, Ezra's monkey is correct that so far, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So have each scored 1 point today for their draw. And the winner of their Armageddon game will also get 1 more half point.
Which is probably going to start not so long on, from now. So we'll keep an eye on it, of course. But yeah, let's just catch up with the live position.
I expect Mamedyarov to play a5 here. They're playing out these moves very quickly. On a5, rook c5, pawn takes b4, huh? Yeah. Okay, he's played a5. So rook c5 could potentially try to win a pawn. But black can play a takes b4. Threatening back rank mate. Black might even have the crazy move a4.
Yeah, a4 looks like something we don't really want to allow. That pawn runs very quickly.
Yeah. So I'm sure in the game they're going to trade the pawn on a5. I was just, double checking the tactics there. That does happen. Now white needs to avoid back rank mate.
Do we just play h3 or do we?
That would ruin the perfect balance of the computer evaluation and the perfect accuracy of the players if white now played something like rook b7, nice clean positional move, put your rook behind the passed pawn. that would ruin the game.
It certainly would.
So
the knight just goes for h3. Yeah.
You got it.
Why not? I mean, just give that king some air and then deal with the pawn. Deal with the pawn later. The knight still has that beautiful outpost on d4, and this is another game. I feel if I was playing, I might have some hopes as either white or black, but I think for these guys, we're nearing handshake territory once again here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we need to bear in mind that if we were at the board ourselves, across from a grandmaster without an evaluation bar, we might be sweating with white or with black.
Exactly.
And like imagining, if you're white, you'd be imagining how your opponent was going to queen the b pawn out of range of your knight. if you were black, you'd be imagining how your isolated pawn was going to get lost. You know, the GM was going to put their rook behind it and just win the pawn from you and then torture you on the king side, 4 versus 3.
That's exactly, you absolutely nailed it.
Yeah. So for us, it would be terror. And I think that's something important as spectators to remember. We need to throw ourselves into the shoes of the gladiators now and then and remember like how terrifying it would be to play either side of a 0.0 position against one of these players.
For sure. I mean,
as commentators, it's true. You can kind of predict the result. Oh my God, Wang Hao took the pawn.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a very brave decision.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy doesn't play chess for a year, comes back. I mean, it's a ballsy move. I'll give him that.
Okay, he's always been very, very brave.
Yeah.
He's always been very brave, and he's always been concrete. Like he just calculates.
Oh wow, and there it goes. The rook c3.
And if he believes his variations, then he'll do things that are absolutely implausible, just because the variation tells him.
So
I'm terrified. Just terrified.
I mean, for those of you, if you're just joining us now, David and I, at the start of the show, were professing our love for Wang Hao. What is this bishop e5?
Look, he takes neither rook. He says the nice thing about 2 rooks on offer is they can't both get away, so I don't even have to take them. And he's disrupting the back rank, right? The knight on d7 is not allowed to recapture because its job is to be that knight f8 in all the tactical variations. And yeah, I mean, it's a strength and a weakness for him that he's willing to like calculate lines like this and go for it. As somewhat of a concrete player myself, I sometimes feel like I spend too much time calculating moves like knight e7 that are implausible. And I imagine more intuitive players just don't even look at it. Like they don't spend any effort on it, nothing, you know? So they won't even look at it. Like Giri probably didn't even consider that Wang Hao would take the pawn. He may not have calculated it at all. He may have just assumed he won't take. If he does, I'll take on c3 and whatever, you know, nobody would ever do this for white. But then Wang Hao calculates for 30 minutes and says, in this position, I can do it. So I will, you know? And you can see the fruits of his calculation. So on the strong side, his calculation is great, which is a reason that he can rely on it and play concretely. You know, I mean, he's been around the chess game long enough to know that rook takes c3 is dangerous. You know, it's not like he's oblivious to the fact that nobody else would do this.
Yeah.
But what I love about this is he has clearly gone deep and planned his follow-up, right? He doesn't like take the pawn and then after you take on c3, he's like, okay, now what do I do about this? You know, he's
oh, what a surprise. You didn't see that one coming.
He's ready for it. So he takes immediately on e5. You know, he's got his plan. And I am surprised that Giri's already picked his response.
I mean, there's a lot of things that you said that I agree with. One thing I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that Anish will have at least considered that Wang Hao would take the pawn. And let me see, where did they spend time? Because as you say, I'm surprised that Anish now plays bishop a2 so quickly. So Anish somewhere must have been thinking on Wang Hao. So Wang Hao fought for 15 minutes before taking on e7. And Anish now, I mean, of course, recaptured immediately, but then rook takes c3, only spent 1 minute, and bishop a2 check under 2 minutes, which for that really position, fast. Those moves are really, really fast. But I did cheat. I mean, I haven't looked at the engine all day, but I very quickly, bishop a2 check is actually the only move that didn't lose.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I was wondering if the idea might be to come across and capture in the center with the queen here, but here's where I'm still stuck, Fiona. I was like, if white takes here, what about our back rank mate? You know, I still didn't see what to do here. If knight e5, rook d8 looked like mate, and if rook e5, then after then after pawn takes rook, I felt like what's yeah, it feels still scary for black. So I don't know what the point of bishop a2 is.
So wait, you're saying after so after
I'm saying if black takes on e5 with the queen, it doesn't look good. But that's what I thought the reason for bishop a2 might be.
There's only two moves here now. Either rook takes e5 or rook takes c2 check.
Okay, I wondered about rook takes c2 also, but I couldn't see the follow-up.
And it's not easy. So rook takes.
Rook takes is a move. King takes. Let's see.
And then rook e5. Again, only move.
No, this is like impossible. What? And then if queen takes.
But you can't go queen takes because there's no back rank mate. Oh, sorry, queen. Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh.
I'm trying to figure out what black is up to here. I guess queen c5, king d2. How does he?
Queen c5 is the only. You're correct. I mean, this is really a maze of only moves for black. So Anish better have calculated this.
Oh, and then you've got queen b4, and the king can't cross out of your way.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
But I think there's a chance he's got it, no?
Oh yeah, I mean he can certainly find it. I mean he played bishop a2 and he's got an hour and a half on the clock. Anish is a great calculator. I'm surprised at how quickly he got to this position.
Yeah. David, the Armageddon game. I mean, this is crazy, but we'll keep an eye on it, let's say. Okay. But let's go and follow Wesley against Magnus in their Armageddon battle.
Yeah. All right. So this game here, it's 10 minutes for Wesley. It's 7 minutes for Magnus. I'm just going to repeat the rules real quick for anyone who doesn't know, right? 10 minutes for Wesley, 7 minutes for Magnus. It's not FIDE rated for rapid. Armageddon games are never rated because they twist the whole draw rule in a way that changes your incentives and messes with rating points. So they're not FIDE rated. People have asked me about that. If there's a draw, black gets the extra half point in the tournament standings. White needs to win the game to get the extra half point in the overall tournament standings.
Yeah, so before we jump into it very quickly, David, what's your prediction for this one?
Draw. Which means a point for Magnus.
Yeah. You know what? Just so I can disagree with you, I'm going to go with a black win. Which doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, the least plausible result, because in general, like when black's winning in these positions, they just agree, or if black's like clearly better, they usually just agree to a draw, sort of accepting that black's going to get the half point. But maybe they're not allowed to offer draws. If they're not allowed to offer draws, then your prediction.
I think also the players very often just resign, because what does it matter whether they offer a draw or resign?
Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how this one goes. Okay, let's catch up with the game. The position already looking very interesting. Let's very quickly see how we got here.
So we've got a bishop g5 Italian game. And I want to say that Magnus Carlsen was one of the first explorers of letting your bishop get stuck over on g3 in these Italian games. Not 12 years ago, early on in my chess.com career, it was accepted grandmaster wisdom that if h6 g5 happened, that white's position was bad, like very very bad. And you could say the same thing from black's perspective. If black goes bishop g4 and white plays h3 g4 and traps the bishop over there, the accepted wisdom was just, it's bad. Many GMs told me that. We published videos on chess.com about how to win the game once your opponent has that bishop stuck on that weird square. And
how times change.
Then Magnus came along about 6-7 years ago. There was a huge re-examination of the Italian game because black had done pretty well in the Ruy Lopez for a while. And this was one of the new things that Magnus brought to the chess world, was letting the bishop get trapped on g3. So now, of course, there's no rule against Wesley using Magnus's ideas or Magnus using Wesley's ideas. So
imagine if you could just patent what's the correct pronunciation? Patent.
Yeah, patent.
Sorry, this is my idea. You can't use it.
Yeah, that would be amazing, right? If like Miguel Najdorf were like, until 100 years after my death, no one else gets to play the Najdorf. It's my exclusive opening weapon. Good luck, everybody else.
By the way, just as an aside, in the other game, Anish has played rook takes c2 check and rook e5. So we'll see that after their game. But let's stick.
Meaning he could see all of that with confidence in like 4 to 5 minutes with any double checking he felt like he needed to do.
Yeah, insane.
That's kind of mind-boggling. It's just shocking. Every now and then you get a true glimpse into what they can do, and it's just shocking anytime.
Yeah. David, I know I've been commentating long enough that I shouldn't get jumpy when I see the bar drop.
Mm-hmm.
But it did drop there for a second when Wesley played bishop d5. And actually, g4 immediately was very strong, but Magnus started with h5. But now the position is really, really getting very sharp here.
G4 would have seemingly sent the knight to e1, right?
Yeah, so g4.
Kind of that's like the nice thing about this knight on g6. He did a long maneuver to get it there, folks. Knight h7, knight f8, knight g6. All he's been doing is twirling the knight the last few moves while Wesley opened up the entire queen side and posted a bishop in the center. All he was doing was twirling this knight. The point of, or one of the big points of it would be to send this knight to e1 and then probably follow up with h5, h4. And a little surprising to see that engine bar, because it's like white's doing everything right. Black's just throwing a couple of pawns at white, and somehow black's position is good.
Yeah, very strange. But okay, I mean, to start with h5 also seems logical. Actually, I mean, you push the pawns and hope to crash through somehow. I would not want to be white here. I hate being attacked in this fashion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to block off this bishop on a7 right now. It's all tucked away, but that piece is developed and it's exerting some power. The rook is open. The knight's on a good square because you almost can't trade it, right? Because if you give up that bishop, I mean, you've got queen h4 and g3 coming at you.
Yeah.
So that knight's more or less outposted in white's face. It does look kind of scary for white. Yeah.
I'm liking my prediction, but Wesley, of course, an incredibly resourceful player, but it's not easy. I mean, especially for the two of us, it's a blitz game, like to figure out, okay, what's my best defensive setup here? I find it so hard to.
Yeah. My first thought is knight c4 to e3.
Mm-hmm.
But he tries d4. Okay, this is the main thing you're supposed to do against the bishop on a7 and with your bishop on g3. But normally it would be like 5 moves ago.
Yeah.
With the knight on f3, there would be some real pressure on e5 and d4 would be well defended. Here, it feels a little bit late. I wonder if black can't play knight h5 for an advantage here.
Knight h5 looks super, super tempting.
The only thing keeping us from playing ed4 is, respect for the life of our knight.
Knight h5, I mean, how does white deal with that bishop on g3?
Yeah, it can't really move. Trading on e5 only loses it, doesn't help. Trading on c6 doesn't help. Knight takes g4. Maybe knight takes g4 with a tactical skirmish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's what white would probably try.
And that's also why Magnus has gone into the tank a little bit.
Oh, he's played it.
He's played it, but also look at
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I was just going to say that is not a lot of time. So Magnus, I mean, to invest over a minute into a move when you're starting out with only with only 7 minutes. That's a big time investment right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's down to the wire. He's playing a 3-minute blitz game at this point.
Yeah.
And that was a third of his time on that move. But it's a
on
big
the other
decision.
hand, exactly. I mean, on the other hand, I think Magnus is so good at this. I think Magnus really feels when the key positions, like the crucial moments, are where he should invest some time. And maybe this was it, and it was a wise time investment.
The only move I really see for white is knight g4. I don't really see anything else that really keeps the game going. The point of it is that if black trades on g3, you're going to get this counterattack on f6 and f7.
Yeah.
Because there's no defending white's king anymore. I don't see it. Wesley's played knight b3, though. Does that control d4 enough times?
It does, yeah. But I mean, knight b3 is such a cool move to make.
That's brave. I didn't realize he could still hold that square.
But surely there must be. I mean, it feels like there must be something for black. I'm curious what Magnus. I'm a little bit worried about Magnus' time.
Queen g5. Maybe queen g5 to trade on g3 and just play queen h5 and just end white right there.
Yeah.
He's played knight d8 though. That doesn't look right to me. It takes the pressure off of d4 and goes very defensive. Okay, I know they only got like a minute or two, but let me just put queen g5 on the board and see what's going on there for 1 second. Like queen g5, maybe white could pursue me with their queen. But I would drop back to g7. That's sort of my plan. You know, if white wants to trade, I mean, I'm with you. I love the idea of just getting the queen in and trying to go for the kill. I'm also surprised to see knight. Okay, rook a5. Rook a5 was played by Wesley here. So now these pieces are kind of in trouble. You know, he's threatening queen a1, just taking over the game. So Magnus now trades and brings the queen.
Goes.
So he wanted to do the same thing as me, but he wanted f7 defended in advance. It's true that I had not calculated. I thought that this move was threatening knight g3, queen h5, which of course would just lose to bishop f7. That was a really dumb threat. That was a really dumb threat.
But I mean, okay, that's also why he is Magnus, right?
Yep.
So now queen g5, and the question is, what do we do now? We see, by the way, in the scores under us, that the classical game between MVL and Mamedyarov has also ended in a draw, so we'll be seeing some Armageddon there soon as well. Wesley is still thinking 3 minutes now, 1 minute for black, but 1 minute. I mean, but we're on move 28. Let's see.
Rook e1 is played, covering a secondary threat of queen e3 and clearing a square for the knight to f1. The knight comes back out to fight for d4 as soon as the threat is off f7. Gets traded. Queen a1 looking to win the piece. Rook b8 giving up the piece and taking this piece. Oh, and now the black king is going to be pretty airy here.
It's very scary. The queen is looking down at f7. What do? Do you have to go rook b7, or do you have anything else? Can you give up the rook? Can you go queen h5 or queen h6? I don't really believe it. The king will be safe.
It seems like the king goes to f2 and you've just sacked in exchange.
Yeah.
So, but if you have to play rook b7, I mean, white can trade it and then play rook b1 or queen a7, and it feels like you're really missing being castled.
I think we might be both getting this one wrong. Only 37 seconds for Magnus. He's gone rook b7.
Rook b7.
So we're on move 31. So nine more moves to go until the 1 second. It's only 1 second, right? Till the 1 second kicks in.
Oh, and here come a slew of moves. The queen did go into a7, and Magnus just retreats the bishop. And against queen c7, will he then castle, or play bishop d7, queen c7 happens. He does just castle now.
Oh my goodness, that's
and
insane.
He's got queen d2 coming if white grabs the pawn on c6. So knight f1 covering that, and we're back into a normal positional game. Fiona, they have navigated the wild part.
I mean, it is kind of positional, but it's also kind of not. Rook d1 to cover the pawn on d4. And I'm curious, what will Magnus, can we maybe do some king g7, rook h8, still try and get those pieces in now? We have some trades and just developing the bishop.
He gives a pawn. He gives the pawn, but leaves white with only isolated pawns. I think there's room for Wesley to win this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we need to figure out, where do you want your pieces as white? Is your knight happy on f1 for now, or?
No, I think it wants to be between f4
Yeah.
and h5. I mean, it's not like crying on f1. It's covering the king. It's giving you room. But okay, knight. Oh man, the moves are coming fast. Queen f4. Yeah, you can't straighten out white's pawns ever. No way, no how.
But this looks, I mean, now that e5 has come in, the black queen is cut off from defending the king. This looks.
White needs to sort this diagonal though, right? Like you can't
Can I
play
just
knight
go
g4
king h2?
yet. White does. Threatening rook h1.
Rook g8 played.
That is a huge threat. Rook
Yeah.
g8. Okay. Oh, it's over. I see a checkmate for white. Queen h4, queen f6.
Oh,
Done.
wow.
He's playing it. No, he plays knight f5.
What?
Okay, was this not checkmate though? Like queen f6.
But the king
it
can
wasn't,
go to
because
f8.
if you go rook
know.
h1, queen e3 traps your king on the side, and you can't finish your checkmate. So
But I think
Wesley's
Wesley
right.
found something else.
Goes
Which
knight
just,
f5, takes check. King can't go to f8 because of rook d8. So he takes the bishop with check, comes back in. Okay, we've got pure queen and rook going for mate. f7 could fall with check on the next move if he goes to h7.
and Magnus just resigned.
Okay, I'm seeing his time run out, then get reset to 3 seconds, then run out, then go to 3 seconds again
I
and
think
again.
the game is over.
It's like dying 100 times.
I know. But let's just put it on the board. Okay, king f8 is just mate.
Yeah.
And if king h7, first of all, maybe you can just take on f7 for starters.
Maybe rook d7, but check. And then if here you have check, here, and rook d8.
Yeah. Wow, Wesley proving us both wrong.
Proving us both
David,
wrong.
Three possible results. We picked two of them and missed the wrong one.
And missed the real one. Wow.
But kudos to Wesley. I mean, he
Yeah.
was under some serious pressure there, and fought back, I thought, really brilliantly.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit. I mean, obviously, he played fantastically, but I think one factor we saw a little bit there is that extra time for white in the
Yeah.
Armageddon, right? Because it seems like they navigated a super complicated game. And, around this phase where Magnus had to call off the H-file attack and castle,
Yeah.
the computer says it's 0.00, materials about equal. The position looks pretty close to balanced, but Magnus had 20 seconds against 2 minutes. And Wesley really, just thrashed him in this final phase. And I think maybe the extra time may have helped a little bit. Magnus may have had to play 1 or 2 panicked moves somewhere in here.
No, for sure. And I really think that in like 1 second increment, that's nothing. I mean, I'm sure we've both played with 2 second increments, which already feels like very, very little. But 1 second for me is really just if you're completely winning and, you're just trying to mate. But if the position is complex in any way, shape, or form, I think you're dead. Like once you get down to 10 seconds, and your opponent still has over a minute, I think there's almost no surviving.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the key moment in this Armageddon game right here when Wesley offered this queen trade, because Magnus felt that he's going to lose if he connects these pawns, f5 and knight g4. can happen. And just in general, I mean, you don't want it. I mean, you're basically giving your opponent an extra pawn when you trade with those double isolated pawns. So queen f4, he got forced out of the king side, cut off by e5. And now his king is really open to a lot of tactics in this situation. And the odds are that the best move for black here is some very, very tricky move like rook c5 or something like that, holding the e5 square and holding the king side dark squares. Right. But this is the kind of move which, like, even if you're the world champion, when you've got 20 seconds and maybe you want to only spend 1 second on your move, maybe your instinct is you have to do something in 1 second. Do you find this move? Because you need to worry about knight d5 and knight f5, two interrupting tactical moves, right? Breaking up the communication. So if you've got like a couple seconds on the clock, I mean, obviously, I don't know what it's like to be a 2800 super genius of chess. I don't know what is a hard enough problem for them to actually feel a little bit of a freak out. But to me, I looked at this position. I thought maybe he needs to play. My first thought was maybe f6 to keep dark squares. But then I realized that white could trade on g5. And now I've taken on this, which is another concession. So I wasn't sure. And then I thought maybe rook c5, but what about knight d5? And I can't imagine trying to figure this out in the last like 2 or 3 seconds of a game.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes to show even Magnus, he is only human. And after losing to Wesley in the opening Blitz tournament, Wesley does it again. And yeah, I mean, that whole phase that you just shown, I think, was brilliantly played by Wesley. And congratulations to him on taking out the world champ.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think anyone out there who wants to learn about the Italian game, this game is worth playing through. Like these are some really big plans, the king in the center, the G pawn rushing, the bishop here, the fight over the D4 square, where was that pawn defended adequately or not? This is, worthy of study. Even when they play blitz, these players' games are really significant for understanding how to play these openings.
For sure. And David, well, let's quickly go back now to Wang Hao against Anish Giri, which was really heating up when the Armageddon started. So we left it off here after rook c2 check.
Bishop c4, the move. Wow.
What a move.
What a move, following on the heels of the rook sack. So let's try to understand this briefly. First of all, if black takes this bishop with the a2 bishop, why not, right? What it does is it blocks the c file temporarily with their own piece. So it just slows some of black's threats. And that mild slowdown might be enough time for white to grab the knight, threaten back rank mate, and black doesn't have rook c5 or queen c5 check. That's like 0.1 of bishop c4 maybe, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm thinking 0.2 might be the following idea, but this might be too weird of me. But I'm thinking it might be to sack the queen for the rook and then play b3, trapping the bishop on a2. And if you can corral that bishop, you get to play 2 rooks against the queen.
But do you get to?
Yeah. I mean, computer obviously saying I'm wrong, but because we've got rook d7,
it's
rook
not
d8.
saying, oh, at least the bar didn't tank all the way, right? Which is some comfort.
Yeah. I don't know. It looked like a good idea to me. If knight b6 or knight e5, you have rook d8.
Yeah.
And, if the queen retreats and defends the knight, you play king b2. I don't know what's wrong with my idea.
Yeah, I mean, what about queen? No. Yeah, I'm not sure actually what black does here. I mean, at first I thought, oh, David's kind of crazy, but then so wait, rook c5. Let me have a quick cheat here. So after queen c5, b3. Okay, so the engine just says bishop takes b3.
Okay. I was wondering about that, but I didn't see why. I take with my king.
Then queen b6. And after queen b6, we've covered d8, and then we bring the knight to c5. I'm still not sure, but why this is so good. But this
Yeah.
queen and knight attacking pair and the king so open looks scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, for
All
a
the dark
human, I mean,
sports are
to
weak.
say that
Queen
this
A5,
is, yeah.
A5, knight
Yeah.
E4. Yeah. All right. The idea fails. The idea
But it was a
fails.
great idea nonetheless.
Okay, so what else might be planned against rook c5? What else is white going for? It had occurred to me that there might be a queen b8.
I
pattern,
thought so too at first.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Too bad. It'd be funny if somebody like in a game played queen b8, yelled puzzle rush, slammed their clock, like got up proudly, and then their opponent just took their pieces.
I know.
I'd like to see that.
But Anish has gone into the tank here a little bit. It's not so not obvious at all.
Mhm.
Bishop c4. I mean, we're both Wang Hao fans, and I think we can say what a move.
Yeah, very nice
What a
one.
move that is.
Yeah. Again, you won't see too many people trying to win a game like this as white, like allowing your opponent to just ravage your king based on such shaky attempted defenses.
And these guys, I mean, they still have plenty of time on the clock. We're now almost halfway through the first 2 hours. But Anish might need that time. I think we'll let him figure it out and have a quick look.
Good luck, Anish. We're out.
Exactly. See you later. Maybe we can quickly check in with Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand, which
Absolutely.
is looking very interesting. And of course, I'm keeping an eye on MVL and Shahriar Mamedyarov, who should be starting their Armageddon game shortly.
Yeah. So here's where we were. Anand played c5 in this position to get the knight off of b8, probably at the cost of his extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
There it goes. Well, a very responsible, mature decision by Vishy.
I mean, this just looks so scary to the naked eye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually quite a tactic going around on this bishop on c5, right? First of all, it can't take on e7 because of queen c4. I'm just slowly getting oriented here. Sorry if that move's too dumb. Then I thought of queen b4, and I noticed the following.
And they're back ranks again. Always those back rank.
Yeah.
Always those back rank issues.
Then the next level was, I figured, okay, black's plan is knight a6 in case of queen b4. And now I figured black actually does win the piece.
Yeah, this looks
It's about as far as I got into this situation. So queen c7 played. The bishop's not actually being threatened with being taken because of the rook d8 back rank mate, it seems. But the bishop
so maybe
can't
we
move
should
away.
Maybe we should unpin, no?
So it could be an idea to try to unpin. Yeah, like, but you can't.
Where to though? Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of simple ways. So we can't take on b4, even though we want to. That's why. That's the weakness white's gunning for. If you go to d3, black can take, and the queen covers the back rank. Maybe you can start off with rook c1.
So let's see, rook c1.
Or you could play queen d4, and then black gets a tempo to develop, and you just back off, and you don't lose your piece, but you haven't.
It just looks like
anything.
Yeah, every tempo you give black here feels like that's a big tempo. What about b5? It's very weird square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did not consider going forward with my awkward queen.
Yeah. But at least you can only attack me with a6, right? If you go a6, can I go queen b6? I can just take, of course.
Yeah, you say thank you for your tempo. And then you eat the pawn, huh?
By the way, just to let you know, MVL and Mamedyarov have just started, so we can go there whenever you want.
Sure, let's go there. Let's take a view of that position. So we've got, this is the live position, folks, in Topalov versus Anand. He might play queen b5. He might play rook c1. Topalov's recovered the pawn, and they're actually at a pretty tense point in their game.
Queen just b5. Played...
Wow. Wow.
That's a crazy game. We'll come back to that one. So let's check in with MVL Mamedyarov. David, since we did so well in our first prediction, let's go again.
Okay. I mean, I can already see that MVL's playing like the queen trade variation of the Petrov. When black has draw odds, I'm
gonna go with the draw. What about you?
Yeah. I mean, what? Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with the draw. What is that choice?
Okay, I mean, he must be thinking something. I don't know what he's thinking, but something.
And now his knights are kind of just running into the c6 pawn.
Although, you know what? I'm tempted to actually go for an MVL win. Are you going to go for the draw? If you go for draw, I'll go for
10. We're at move 10.
Whatever result you pick, I'll pick the other.
All right. I took a draw.
Okay, then I'll take MVL.
Okay. And now we'll see if Mamedyarov wins. And somehow we managed to just completely mispick.
Okay, so let's see. H3. And okay, we got an opposite side castle's position. And you just want to launch the G-pawn immediately?
Why not?
I
don't know what white's doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what white's doing. I'm trying to guess.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Might as well get on with it.
Yeah.
So what's the plan for black? Does black just start pushing pawns on the queen side? No, it goes for rook e8.
Black would like to find a square for some of these queenside pieces. It's an option to throw pawns at white, but I feel like with white up in development, I'd rather catch up in development first. So maybe knight d7 to b6.
Mm-hmm.
Or knight a6 to c7.
I mean, I like that from b6, you've got c4. Like, can black do something like b5, knight b6, knight c4? I don't know if that's too...
Yeah, I mean, that's the typical attack.
Yeah.
Just a matter of whether or not we have time. I mean,
Yeah.
we're going to see in a moment here if MVL goes rook he1 or h4. It's going to be a very, very different game, and it's going to change what Mamedyarov does, right? Like against h4, maybe he'll play knight f8.
Knight f4. No, sorry, what am I saying?
And against g5, what's he planning to do? Knight e4, I guess? Because that's the other thing about knight d7. Actually, you take away the only retreat here, right? So MVL stopped for a moment and calculated g5. That's the thing. Like, the person with less time has to occasionally just sort of play a simple move on instinct. And the person with more time can occasionally stop and check some extra concrete thing. Like, hey, is g5, annoying here? Maybe.
I mean, I know they've done their research with the time control, but I really feel that 3 minutes is so much extra time. Yeah. So let's see, h5 MVL gets on with it. I would not like to I mean, I say I would not like to be black. I see the bar as like, I don't mind, but I always find it so, just especially the more the time takes down on the clock, the less you want to be, on the defending side.
Right. I think the nice thing for black, at least in this transition, which allowed MVL to run the pawns really smoothly, but it's also allowing black to develop really smoothly. So this bishop can go to F5. This knight always has D5.
Oh, that's a very brave move. Queen takes G5.
That's how you play with draw odds. Queen takes G5.
I would never take that pawn in a million years.
On knight G6, he's going to G2. There is no increment right now. That is correct. But at move 40, they get a 1 second increment. It won't.
A generous 1 second.
It won't be much, but it'll mean that if someone's got, rook and 2 pawns against rook, they'll be able to finish off and win that endgame.
What is going on? We see an exchange on G6.
Yeah. So basically, black's just saying they can defend everything. They're saying white's going to play, rook DG1 and stuff and have to sack on G6 to get through, and black will play bishop F5 and hold all the squares with the pieces.
Insanity.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just go rook G1? I just want to bring another piece looking towards your king.
Yes, I expect you can. And black will play queen F6. And then you could play knight H5. I mean, we could see something like this.
No, that looks interesting, actually.
Like this sort of a situation.
And then what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. It'll be messy.
Yeah.
Godfish has seen like a repetition check. 13 moves out in this variation. So after rook G1, Mamedyarov plays queen B5.
Offering a queen trade makes a lot of sense, of course. White can never... Oh, I don't see white agreeing to that. White has given up a pawn. So where do we go? Because also, I mean, the queen on B5 not only offers a queen trade, but also looks down at the pawn on B2. So if the white queen moves, we could see some C5 at some point or something, just trying to open things up.
Yeah, black's got a lot of pieces interested in that B2 square. So
really does. And the time is only a minute now, so that's great news for Shah. 4 minutes on the clock. Is still a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm wondering if white can't... exactly what white's doing so far. I'm wondering if white can't trade on B5, get the tempo with bishop F1, and then sack on G6.
Yeah, very brave.
The point is A6, knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes. You nick the knight for 1 second, and you're looking to double and play bishop H6.
Yeah, so I guess I don't really want to play 6 to leave the knight on B6 undefended.
But like there is rook E6,
But can I go? No, I somehow want to make D5 work, but I can't.
Yeah. So Shah has done something else. Played knight C4 in this position instead of A6. Saves the B5 pawn in a much more active way. I mean, that's got to be a better move than A6. I mean, the bar disagrees. Without the bar, I would say that has to be better than A6. Great move, Shah.
Well done. Okay, so what's wrong with knight C5? Is MBL going to show us?
But MVL plays knight D5. He's threatening knight C7. Oh, and the B5 pawn is not defended as well, even if we get all the rooks out of the way.
True. I mean, those white pieces look so annoying. Okay, first we have to deal with knight C7, right? Have to do something.
I mean, you could also sack in exchange, potentially, if you really wanted to, right? Like, I don't imagine black would be lost in a position like this. I mean, maybe technically lost, but in a rapid game, complicated. He's played rook D8, knight C7. 93. Okay. Knight A8, knight F1. Okay, I believe you. MVL does too. Recovers the pawn. And
Okay, so
hard to
material
evaluate.
is even now. Yeah, material is even. Black has the bishop here, but the pieces are still awkward. I mean, that rook on B8, D8, A7 is hanging as well. I mean, we could, if black were just to develop the bishop, I guess we could take A7. Although there's
Possibly.
rook A8.
Yeah, there might be rook A8 to
What a
A2.
mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. I think the prime diagonal for the light squared bishops to contest is this A2 F7 diagonal. So black could consider bishop E6 here, as well as
He's gone bishop F5.
E6 or something. Bishop F5. Okay. I think if black had played A6, white was going knight C3, tempo there, and then bishop C4, and gets the D5 square again for the knight or the bishop. Pretty playable for white, despite black's bishop pair. Oh, MVL.
But now time is becoming an issue again for Mamedyarov.
Yeah.
Only a minute 40 on the clock against 420. Suddenly, I mean, he spent a lot of time, I think, on bishop F5.
Yeah, and bishop H3 was a really, really strong response because it might not be obvious to trade your opponent's bad bishop. But even if you're trading their bad bishop, you're breaking up the bishop pair.
Yeah.
And once that bishop on F5 is gone, you can threaten the E pawn with your knight. And there are some things for black to work on defending there. So that was devilish from Maxime. And now
bishop H6, but
bishop F5, bishop E3, king B1, bishop G1, rook G1 is complicated. White does manage to snag two pieces for a rook there if they want with bishop F5. And
it's not obvious. How do we?
Yeah.
But we've had some moves. So
okay, he plays rook G3.
Rook
A
G3.
simpler move, holding everything. The bishop retreats. And this looks to be the live position. Rook G1 played here. So he's trying to prevent F5 with that move, right? He doesn't play the obvious knight C3, F5. He plays rook G1. Black can't play rook D6 here. Has to keep A7 defended. Doesn't want to play A6. Maxime attacks E4. Wow.
How do you defend? Do you have to go rook
He's
PA?
putting some real pressure on Mamedyarov here.
I think that pawn is just gonna drop. No, you can't do anything. If you go rook E7, I have knight D6.
It feels like it. Look at that weird side attack of the rooks. Doubled
Also,
on
A7 is still hanging.
Black has to keep their eye on A7 as well. So this is just not coming together. They finally spend the tempo on A6, but they've signed the death certificate on the E pawn with that move, sending the knight to C3.
I think this one is over. I mean, maybe in a classical game there would be some chances, but with 45 seconds on the clock and E4 falling, I don't believe it. Also, knights are so damn tricky. That knight is just gonna jump around your king, gonna do some annoying things.
Mamedyarov's thinking if he can trade all the rooks, the knight might be stretched by the G pawn. But I do believe that white can eventually win that. Maybe you start with king D2 though. King D2, bishop F6. No, you can't wait. You have to take right now.
So he goes for it. So are we going to see a trade of all the rooks? Schach has to, I mean, he can't think about this anymore. He only has 24 seconds on the clock. Goes F5. Okay, I guess we'll see a trade of rooks. What's MVL thinking of? Okay, no, he does trade, and now the pawn on E3 is attacked, so maybe just king
95, yeah.
95. Nice.
That's going to be a fantastic square. He's going to want to lock in C4 and B3 and operate like that. There won't be this rook C8 move because he's got knight E7, so he can safely put the pawn on C4 here. And here comes the G pawn. There's still some chances.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, black has some counterplay. Maybe I wrote this off too soon, but here comes also C4. I mean, Schach just has no time. That's his problem.
97 doesn't do anything, I guess. Okay.
I
Okay.
thought so too, but 97 king f6 looks like things are under control.
And on rook g1, there's rook h2, which is a little bit messy. So he's going to
MVI goes for
trade
the
and
end game.
maybe just advance every pawn and keep his king on e2 or f3 somewhere close by.
But imagine having to play this with only 13 seconds on the clock. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, it's a tall order for Shock here.
But what's the winning plan? Do you just, okay, MVL goes for the exchange of the flank pawns. You just drop the knight back at some point and just start pushing the pawns, I guess.
Yeah, my instinct would not have been what he did. So, I mean, it would probably be wrong, but I would put my king on f3 to be near the g pawn. And then without making any pawn trades, maneuver my knight from d5 to c5 to attack the b7 and a6 pawns. Right. And harass the opponent's pawns with the knight. That's how I would try this. But MBL is not at all doing what I would, but the computer bar says it's effective. So.
We have, by the way, crossed the 40 move mark. So the players are getting a 1 second increment per move now.
So does white play 5 king d4 from here or play e4? No, if e4, there would be that g3 right there. Yeah. So he brings the king now. King e2 to f3. I would have started like that. Oh, now it's over. Now it's over.
Wow, another white win. I mean, it's been all five Armageddon games and 5 white wins. And today the white players were, well, in the Carlsen game, Wesley was the underdog, and this one I think was very much in the balance. So white marches on.
Wow. And it's interesting, he put every pawn on a dark square, right?
Yeah.
Like even here, he took the time out to put his pawn on b6 before playing king e2 and covering the king side. So I mean, one thing he knows he must is if black trades on f4, does white always win? That's one important question. I'm not sure white wins that. No. Oh, white does win that. Oh, white can win that king and pawn ending. That's devilish.
How? Show us.
Okay, I'll make some moves and show you guys, because I was just wondering, like, against bishop g5, what are we doing? If we transfer our king this way and let black trade, can white ever win this endgame? Well, the key is you need to first have a pawn on d5
to not allow
hold
the king.
that, right? And now if we go into this endgame here, white's in control of this, but how does white ever make progress? Well, basically, eventually the king has to step off of c6. It has to go to c8 or d8. It doesn't actually matter which one it goes to. And what you do once it goes there is you play c6, pawn takes d6. Oh, the computer says I'm an idiot. So I got it wrong. Wait.
Because you have no threat. As soon as you push a pawn, I'll just take it.
No threat once I do that. Okay, so I have to do that.
But it liked c6, so maybe just... Can we go c6 after takes, take back and bring the king and try and...
But this is where I thought, like, how would white win?
King
You have
d4?
to run all the way up and let black queen?
Yeah, but if I go king d4, you can't go g3 yet, because then I just run back and take you.
Right, so you're still in range and you can actually win from here.
And now I guess... Okay, now I have to go forward, right? It's the only winning plan.
Okay, well, this we should be able to calculate. c7, king b7, king d5, g3, king d6, g2, king b7, g1, queens. Does not work. King c5, g3, b7, king c7 does not work.
Wait, so... No, but what did you say?
How hard is this supposed to be?
So what was wrong with c7?
King b7.
And if
King
I...
d5, g3,
king?
king d6, g2, king d7 here. And you get a queen endgame. You can maybe win this pawn, but it's not
No, this doesn't.
it's not obvious.
But maybe there is just. What are we missing out?
Wow, this is
What are
quite
we
tricky.
missing?
So what other move does white have here?
What if we push the king forward, king d5?
Okay, king d5, g3,
Hmm.
king d6, g2, check, king here. It's a similar thing,
It's
right?
the
We
same,
can
yeah.
queen with check
Yeah.
and win the f5 pawn. Okay.
Wait,
Chat is saying that
Treffler,
queen endgame
Treff-
is what they were thinking of. King d5, g3, c7. Okay, king d5, king d5, g3, c7, king b7. That's the same. That's the same, right?
yeah, it's the same. Okay, then it wasn't a straightforward one. Yeah, it's just.
Oh
you
my
have to
God,
play.
not only that, black has this move instead of king
Oh
b7.
my God.
The first time I played king b7, right?
Yeah.
And we got
And
the
king
queen ending.
d7 just wins.
But even here, black's got king d7, stopping king c6, freezing everything at the queens.
Oh my God. Imagine
my
if we were
goodness.
playing and we lost this.
Oh my
fight.
goodness. So in other words, if we were playing this end game with 2 seconds against 10 seconds, we would have no idea what was happening.
No,
We need a
not
lot
at
more
all.
time to play this than these guys do.
Incredible stuff. David, I think we need a break to recover from what we've just seen. So we're going to take a short break. Oh, actually, just as I say that, we've had another result come in. Timur Radjabov against Tari has literally just ended in a draw. So these two players will come back in 20 minutes to play Armageddon. And something else, David, before we go on break, Anish is still thinking after bishop c4. He's been in the tank for over half an hour.
Okay, so this is his moment.
Yeah.
This
Plenty
is his
to look
moment.
forward to.
All right. Well, congratulations to Vishy Anand and Mamedyarov. Renewed appreciation for what they are dealing with in just seconds, and that we can't figure out in 5 to 10 minutes with an evaluation bar to guide us. And we will be back in just a couple minutes, everybody.
See you soon.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament comes this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner might get a chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. And the exclusive video feeds from the Candidates Tournament will be right here on chess.com with our coverage of that event. So welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of Norway 2022.
Indeed. I was happily chatting away, but muted.
Yeah.
My apologies. No, exciting stuff with the candidates, but we've got some exciting stuff on our hands ourselves here with Norway Chess. 3 games are in the books in the classical portion. 2 of those, the Armageddon has concluded as well with a white victory for Wesley So against world champion Magnus Carlsen, and also white victory. We just saw it by MVL against Mamedyarov. And David, on our screen here, we have Wang Hao against Anish Giri. So much has happened since we left the position off. We watched an entire Armageddon game. We had our break, and Anish is still thinking. He's been in the tank for almost 45 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, that's quite a tank. That's quite a tank.
I mean, it tells you a bit about just how complex this position is. And I mean,
yeah,
we are such huge Wang Hao fans. We made no secret of that. And I mean, I love his gutsy play. Maybe we can go back a few moves for all the viewers who might have just joined us now.
Okay, nice idea. Let's just recap how we got into the wild situation we have in front of us. Then maybe we can analyze it for a little bit if Giri keeps thinking. So in this position here, I suggested that Anish might be threatening a sacrifice like rook takes c3, and that Wang Hao might play queen a4, you know, sort of trying to get to an end game or back off the opponent's queen. Instead, he played an idea that I had rejected. I don't know if you thought this was possible, Fiona.
I mean, I loosely thought of it because we are just watching the game. We're not playing, you know, so we can go grabbing pawns, but it certainly looked very, very scary.
Yeah. So Wang Hao thought for a bit and grabbed this pawn, allowing rook takes c3, which Anish played quite quickly. And then his follow-up was to take neither rook. His king appears like completely almost without defense at this point, right? 1 or 2 pawns left. And he just takes the knight, leaving both rooks hanging. Now, the bishop on f4 is white's good piece if we were in a positional struggle, which we are not. The positional struggle is out the window. And his point is he's trading off, hopefully, the knight on d7, which is guarding black's back rank. And so he wants black to recapture, and then he can play queen b8, maybe, rather than even taking the rooks. No, there's rook c8, right? So it is queen takes e7.
Yeah.
You can play queen e7, and in these positions, he's going to be threatening rook d8. So that's why he gives up the bishop on e5. So bishop a2 came from Anish, king c1, and now rook takes c2. The wildness continues. I mean,
completely wild, but pretty much forced. So Anish until now has found the only moves. Did we actually? Yeah, we missed the mate. That line where we were just showing. I was not sure.
Yeah.
So we don't take on e7. There was actually a mate on d8.
Let me go back. Knight e5, checkmate. There we go.
Okay. We were just testing you, chat. Good to see you. You're paying attention.
Yeah. Okay. So
moving on.
Rook c2, king c2, rook e5. And in this position, black is threatening rook c5 check. And also queen a4 might be playable if it were black's move here. And against the move queen takes d7, we had found a draw by perpetual for Anish here.
Yeah.
With king d2, queen b4. We'd found that earlier. So
And this is where Wang Hao came up with the incredible move, bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4. So his intention wasn't just to test Anish to see if Anish could find the right moves to this perpetual. He actually had this move in store, and this move set Anish thinking forever. And the first point of it, and Anish has just moved, so this move here did not happen. The first point of it is that if bishop c4, he can play queen takes knight, and the bishop on c4 on its own is stopping queen c5, rook c5. The queen covers queen a4. And black probably more or less loses here, just because they need one more tempo to threaten the king, and white's now threatening queen d8, which is, you know, a queen trade or back rank mate. It's the end of the game. So the main move we were wondering about for Anish is the move which he finally played, rook c5. Fiona refuted my attempt to play queen takes c5.
Well, with some help from the engine.
With some help from her friends. That's how you get by. And I guess the move I was next going to analyze here, Fiona, would have been b3 without the queen sack.
Yeah.
Because
also, I mean, we don't have that many options, right? We need to somehow defend that bishop on c4 if we're not going to do the queen sack.
I mean, maybe I should consider queen d7 and just make sure that it doesn't work instead of just assuming.
Let's have a look at it.
That I'm slaughtered. I don't know. Queen d7, rook c4 would be the move that gives check. Now there's only one legal move. This variation is easy to analyze. It's we like one legal move at a time. And for black, I look for checks, and for white, I look for legal moves.
So, but we're already out of checks, right?
Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm looking at rook c3, queen c3, and bishop b1. They don't look impressive.
No. But our friend, the evaluation bar says bang in the middle. So there must be some saving grace here for black. What is it?
I mean, it might just be h6 and white's king is exposed and the rook's not really better than the bishop yet.
Yeah.
Because white doesn't have queen d8 to trade queens and get this mess into an easily winning endgame. So
that's fair enough.
You know, just h6. And what does white want to do? You know, it's a lengthy process to sort this position out for white.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is get my king somewhere safe, but I'm struggling. So if I go king e3.
Yeah, king e3. Now there are some checks possible. Queen b6 or queen c5 or queen g5. I mean, I'm looking at this pawn, but if you go queen g5, king here, queen c5, king here, I feel like we need to take this pawn. Jesse's going to hate me, but I think we need that pawn in order to play rook c3 later. So I'm going to play.
So let's go
b6,
queen b6, king f3
here, and I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
And go for rook c3.
I mean, suddenly I wouldn't want to be white here.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah, what are we playing for as white? There isn't anywhere our king can eventually go where it's going to be safe.
What if I go rook d3?
Right. That's a good move, stopping this. But I think that long term, there just aren't really prospects for white anymore.
That's a good move, except the bar just dropped all the way on you.
Because, like, it's what is white playing for? The only good scenario would be a queen trade. And by now, even a queen trade is probably a draw, because we've got split pawns on the king side. Black can just put a bishop on e6 and draw the endgame. So there's like really sort of nothing white's playing for here.
Okay, so let's.
Oh yeah, probably what's wrong with rook d3, speaking as like a bar, would be bishop to b1.
Yeah, and I've got problems on e4.
Yeah. So, and threats come, and there's queen g2 as well. So like in this position, you can go rook e4, king e4, queen g2, and pick up this rook, but you don't want to trade off your rook, right? So what you could do is you could go here, here, takes, takes, queen g2. You could try this endgame, and that would give some chances for black.
But that wouldn't give any chances, right? Because I've got queen e8 and queen f7. Or
Well, there's still one extra pawn.
yeah, there is still one.
Yeah. But
Yeah, no, you're
apparently
right.
that's not enough. But
Yeah.
that's one of the things hovering over white. What else could there be? There could be queen f6, basically, and then bishop e4, bishop e4, rook e4, queen f6, king here, rook check, king.
Can we put those moves on the board? I'm not following you.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could throw in the check and then play queen f6, but I don't think it quite works. The king comes here, defending the rook, and then on rook c3, it comes here, and you can't go into f2 because the king got in touch with the rook.
Yeah.
So I think that the answer is going to be, again, something extremely simple. You put your queen on f6 to win this pawn, and then you're just taking one more pawn out of white's bank account, right? And you just continue to play. And every like 2 or 3 moves, something bad happens for white, right? They lose one more pawn, or black wins the exchange back eventually, and it's just like eventually it's going nowhere.
Yeah, no, this doesn't look like the way to go. Wang Hao. So maybe we
We'll go
will
all the way
see
back here.
this because Wang Hao has taken on. Oh no, I thought he had taken on b7, but maybe not.
Okay. We've got another game starting just now. We can see 10 seconds off Raja's clock, half a minute off of Tari's. Tari has now played 4 games with black in 2 days, right?
That's a lot of black games.
To Armageddon.
But he's been holding his own, so I'm very curious. Let's go to that game.
He's just hanging in there, you know, and he's like, one day white will come. One day white will come.
Hopefully for him tomorrow will be that day. So, okay, what do we have here? Quick prediction. I'm gonna go for white.
Right.
White is up 5-0.
It's move 8. It's move 8, folks. You can vote really quickly too if you want to try and win. So what are you going for, Fiona?
White. I mean, white has won 5-0. So who am I to, you know, disagree with the statistics?
Who am I to blow against the white?
Exactly.
So, okay, I'll make that vote for you. Well-informed, statistically backed up vote. We'll vote with white here. And I'm still so fascinated by Wang Hao and Anish.
They've had some
Wang Hao
moves,
has
by the
played
way.
a move.
Yeah.
So let's see what he played. He did play queen d7. Oh, I'm so scared for him, Fiona. I think this is such a risky option. We never really got around to asking what would have happened with b3. You know, would black sack the rook? Would black, I don't know what.
Yeah, b3 must have been one of the critical moves here.
Yeah.
But I think that game will probably still be there when we finish.
Indeed.
So
we'll leave
what
it
do
as
you
that.
make of what we've seen in the opening here between Radjabov and Tari?
Let's see. I mean, white is not really looking to win back the c4 pawn. You can kind of see that from a knight on c3 for anyone sort of getting newly acquainted with the Catalan. If your opponent puts the knight on c3, they're probably playing to just take the center and let you have that pawn. Black's got b5, black's got knight a5, so white's not really contesting that pawn. Just trying to take a big center. Raja also was very happy to play down a pawn in the first game with white here. But nobody's hurt Arian too badly yet this tournament.
No, I mean, Arian, kudos to him. Not only has he been very solid with all these blacks he's had so far, but he also got the call up pretty last minute, which is a week or a little over a week to go. But he's, you know, very hardworking Arian. He's been Anish's second for a little while now. So I'm sure, you know, Anish has made him work on those openings hard, and yeah, great for him to get that opportunity. I like his position. What are the plans? What do you think Radjabov is going to do?
So first of all, he was getting out of the way of knight b3 so he could organize all the pieces. Then his next plan would have been to play knight to g5 at some point and threaten e5, queen h7. That would get a weakness out of black with h6 at some point, no matter what. Tari just gave it to him, which I would guess is an inaccuracy, though I don't really know. But I would guess that you wait for white to threaten you. Like let white play rook d1, knight g5, then you play h6, knight f3. So I would guess that's like a small or maybe even significant at this sort of GM level, a concession here from black. And the main plan I'm thinking of for white is g4, g5, but I don't really see how to do it. Oh, my other plan is d5, e5. So it could look like this right here. I mean, it's white's move. He could play d5, e5, e5. That's a typical plan because if you take with your pawn, then the center gets blocked. And you've got this advantage of having two rooks here already. And the queen not having a lot of squares. It's almost like, you know, you try to sort of checkmate the queen or make her really uncomfortable. But here, it's hard to make much progress when your pawn gets blocked on d5. Yeah. You would want to play knight d4, c6, but b3 has it covered.
Yeah, that knight on b3, although it isn't doing anything active, it is still covering a lot of important squares. I liked your other idea as well of somehow going for g4, g5.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if we could somehow ram that pawn to g5. That would really, really hurt black if white were able to do it. The problem is knight takes g4.
Can I start with h3? Just prepare g4.
You could play h3. You could even play bishop h3. Those are two candidate moves. But maybe he'll just do this because the e5 move looks very good here to me. With a more open center. He's played h3.
h3, I mean, h3, I think makes a lot of sense because I loved your suggestion of g4. And it's like, I'm going to give you one more tempo, but what are you going to do? How are you going to stop g4, g5?
Yeah, this position, black's extra pawn is held very safely, but black doesn't have a lot of counterplay yet. They're a long way to countering white. The only real way to counter white is c5, and that's so far away right now.
Yeah.
The bishop's also on this diagonal, right? So how does black play c5? That's got to be 5 moves away minimum if white did nothing.
Yeah, and also now the time situation, white still has his 3-minute lead on the clock.
Yeah,
it's not an easy, I think it's not an easy position to play with black anyway, but okay, he goes a6.
G4.
Yeah. Why
it's
not?
Gonna come. I noticed they each spent quite a bit of their time on that last move. Like Radjabov's time advantage decreased a lot while he was thinking about h3, and then he got it back when Tari was sort of thinking, what do I do about h3?
I know.
This doesn't impress me though. I mean, I would just play g4 immediately if that is our idea.
Yeah, I mean, if you go, who says A? No,
must say
must say B.
Must say B.
Just to the question in the chat, when is Anand versus Topalov? Well, they are still playing their classical game, and we'll get back to this after d5.
Now d5.
I'm sure in the Armageddon game. I mean, why h3? Okay.
Maybe there was some line in like e5, e5 where he didn't want knight to g4.
We just need to the live position, bring that back also to our live game. Oh, is that? No, we haven't missed that. No. Yeah. So d5 and Ariane under 3 minutes now. I mean, if you don't take, then what?
No, I mean, you basically have to take because d takes e6 is a huge threat. And you can't move your queen off of this file because of bishop takes c7.
So, okay, right? Ariane has captured.
He was just sort of, preparing his next move, I guess. White can also maybe take with the knight here. It's not the most common, but might also be possible.
Both. Oh, and that's what he goes for, actually. Knight takes d5 has been played.
maybe e5, knight h5 was not obvious what white does next. Right there.
I hadn't considered h5, but
yeah. Okay, we're getting some moves. Rook d5.
A lot of moves.
Queen e8 grabs the pawn on over on c7, right? Rook b7. Hey, Tari's got a great position.
I mean, he's really back in it here. Bishop e6, hitting the rook. The rook has dropped back to d1.
All that and grabbing the doubled pawn, and black's got the strong pawn structure, and the bishops are.
This is a far cry from that position we had where I just wanted to ram the G pawn up the board.
Now G4 could be this be the first game that white doesn't come through. I mean, G4 after you open the center. The whole point of like a G4, G5 is you do it when the center's closed.
So let's see, how does Aryan react? Rook d7.
H5. He avoids opening the king side, or more like he avoids putting a knight on G5. I mean, it's just a knight on G5 that's inconveniently strong. So he plays H5, Queen C3. Plan for black is either A5, B4, or trade some rooks first on the D file and then play A5, B4. But basically, there's one plan here, right? You squish white on the queen side with your majority.
Yeah. I mean, the engine, as we can see, likes Aryan's position, but the time, 1 minute 20, is a serious concern.
Yeah. I mean, he just needs to move. Move, Aryan, move. You know, Queen E7 or Rook D1. I don't care which. Just play one of those moves. I believe he should get the rook on F8 to D8 before advancing his queenside majority.
I like
just
that.
Sort of my guess.
I like that suggestion a lot, but he has to move under a minute.
Yeah.
5 minutes on the clock still for Radjabov. This is not looking good.
Oh my goodness. He's got 0-second increment, folks. And he'll get 1 second if he gets to move 40. Oh my God. I mean, has he
We're
thought
only on
over
move
a minute
25, David. Only move 25. So he still need to make 15 moves.
Please tell me it's like a broadcast delay. There we go.
Okay.
He gets 30 seconds back at least. That's something.
But he's gone G6.
Oof. Making some weaknesses.
I mean, those dark squares. So G6.
Oh, you know, he had a very interesting move here. Bishop H3 with the idea of Bishop G7, Queen G4.
Oh, wow.
That was one very, very fancy possibility here.
But could I go knight H4 there?
F6 was probably also playable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But G6 looks so weakening.
Yeah. I mean, if white plays Bishop H8, what are you doing? Even.
Yeah. What do you do?
Pretty direct move.
I like that suggestion a lot. I mean, I always like, cheeky mate threat.
Yeah. I guess chess players are all alike. We all want to see like a checkmate. We talk about like, oh, the pawn structure, this and that, but everyone just wants to see a checkmate come in. Artur's was the same yesterday. I used to think I was the only one who, I just want to see like a Mikhail Tal game.
I know, we're all the same. Wait, we've had a couple of moves. So Bishop
H8 was played. And F5, tricky because if pawn takes F6, king takes H8.
So sneaky.
Yeah, which is just barely doesn't work for white.
So
he
white
lodges
goes
the bishop
back
on F6, and next comes a knight to E5. Oh, also he can never play rook D8 now. So if white could play rook
that bishop
D1,
on
that
F6, such the monster.
I would crush it. Or we could just use the rook on the E file, I suppose.
Yeah.
Just take here at some point. Oh no. Tari, you could have been the first person to score with black in this entire Norway.
Let's not write him off just yet.
Oh, okay. I liked his position so much, and now there's a bishop on F6.
But okay, at least Radjabov is catching up on the clock a little bit. He's now 2 minutes and a half. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna take on F5? As you said, opening. Okay, we've had a move, knight H4.
Yeah. Now taking and bishop E4 feels suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
So Tari
Have
Just
to go
sends the
F4.
F pawn
Yeah.
off into the wide world and says, "Good luck, my F pawn."
And he didn't really have a choice, I guess, in this
Write to us from
situation.
White's position. Tell us what it's like.
And
So
now
Queen
what? How do we
F3.
continue?
Queen F3 to F4 is one plan for White.
Mm-hmm.
I take a pawn. Another plan might be E5, Bishop E4.
Yeah, both look very tempting. Queen F3 is what he goes for here. Bon
F3.
voyage.
Yeah.
Bon voyage.
So,
Oof, this looks.
so Queen D6, E5, Queen D4 is conceivable. Bishop D4 was the choice. Does that stop Queen F4? And if so, there's still Rook D1 for White. Although
mean,
then
yeah,
you have to
Rook-
watch out for Bishop F2 always.
Yeah, but what if we go Rook D1 immediate?
Rook
Rook
D1.
D1.
Didn't do it. Queen A7. Queen takes on F4.
Yeah, but now that's that black king.
Rook F7.
Also only 20 seconds on the clock for Ari and Tari.
Bishop D4, Knight D4, Queen E5 looks over.
What? Sorry, what did you say?
I think just trading here and playing Queen E5 wins.
It looks.
Played E5. Okay, so he's just
E5.
going for Bishop E4.
Yeah.
He's just got control of the game. Rook
Problem is
D7
black has no
threatens
moves. Yeah.
Bishop F2. He gets out of the way, gives up a B2 or an F2 pawn. He doesn't care. Raja is going to finish this on G6 in a moment.
No.
So Rook D7, Queen D7, Bishop E4 is coming. Rook D6. Ow. Really? Oh, black stop Bishop E4 at least. Hey,
Okay.
gets played anyway.
Anyway. And you
So
can't
now
defend G6. Huh?
F7.
I know
On
you can.
E6, Rook takes D6. Tari has 6 seconds left, 4 moves away from the 1 second increment. Here come the 4 moves. Trade, 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 trade.
So Queen C5
Queen
and
E7.
Queen E7, hitting the bishop on F7.
And
How do you
if Queen
defend that?
C4, he goes here.
No, and
Queen
mate.
D5, Queen F8. And that is mate.
I think the
He
game
made it
is
to the 1
over.
second increment.
Just in time to resign.
Just in time. The white streak continues. Tari had his
6.
chances this game.
He really did. But I mean,
Yeah.
white is just unstoppable.
I saw
With
the
the white
eval bar
pieces.
yo-yo a tiny bit in those last couple moves, but I mean, he had 1 second and his opponent had 30. What is he supposed to do, right? Like
Yeah.
somewhere in here,
Let me see.
you know, the eval bar came down from +10 to close to equal.
I think it was on move 37.
Mhm.
Did Raja really? He played King G1 there, yeah?
No. And then it just came right back up. I don't know. At
So,
1
no,
second per move, there's no
I
way
had
to
a
know.
quick look. So I think
Yeah.
if you go to move 37, King G1
Mhm.
is not good because can you guess? Okay, I'm looking at the engine,
I
but black
guess.
is actually better here. Can you find a move?
Well, I think in the game he traded, and that gave white this Queen E7 to F8 plan.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be it. I mean, the C pawn's the most dangerous thing. You could try and throw that at white. I don't see much else to do
You
other
know
than
what
that.
the move is?
Bishop D4 first.
No, the
on
move
other
is
side of the pawn.
just take the pawn on A3.
Oh no, forcing the tension. Just don't
And black
care.
is actually better.
Get
Yeah.
off this diagonal. You can't fight. You can bring the bishop
Yeah.
back to F8 after the trade if you need to cover some checkmates.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy stuff. But
Yeah.
white marches on. Congratulations to Radjabov. And that leaves us with only 2 classical games. Let's go back very quickly to Wang Hao against Anish Giri. We said we're a bit worried about Wang Hao. And not much has happened. After King D3, Anish played H6, which we were expecting. And after a long think, Wang Hao goes Rook C1.
Wow. Somehow you see the moves a moment before me. He's played Rook C1 here.
I thought he did. Okay, no, apparently he's still. Oh no. There he goes, Rook C1.
Every time you said a move before me, you've been right.
I'll reveal my tricks someday.
Okay. All
so
right.
Rook C1
yeah, Rook
has
C1.
been played. What did I say? A magician never. Actually, maybe I shouldn't. Magician
Don't
never.
reveal your trick later.
Okay, so Rook C1. And now what?
I hate this position for white. It's like all risk. I think
all risk and no fun.
Yeah. I think black wants to avoid trading rooks, like strongly wants to avoid it. But if you go Rook B4, white has Rook C8, Queen F5, trading queens. That has some hope in it.
Yeah.
All right, Hao. Let's see. Oh, I found a slightly nasty move. Oh, but now I know how to draw it because I saw this idea from Foos in chat earlier. If you do something like Queen E5, then after takes, Queen E4, right? I tried to win this kind of a queen endgame before. Here, Foos pointed out that white always has Queen C8, Queen F5 instead of Queen E8, Queen F7. I mean, here it's irrelevant because white still has the B pawn. There's like no way that black's trying to win, but now I know.
It's a great
now I've
point.
got this pattern in my mind.
Yeah.
So just want to acknowledge the contributions from chat. So, you know, a sneaky move like Queen E5 is only good enough for a draw here.
I mean, maybe this is then just going to peter out, but it looked for, I think Rook C1 was probably quite an important move by Wang Hao.
If it forces a trade, it was a very important move. Because long-term white was going to lose this one in a human game. I don't care if the engine's saying 0.00. Like if you're just wandering around with your king and every now and then you lose the B pawn or the E pawn, like in our earlier analysis, like you can't trade any pieces.
David, maybe it's time. I feel like we've neglected our former world champions a little bit. So let's check out Veselin and Topalov against Vishy Anand.
2010 rematch. Anand has gone from up a pawn to down a pawn. So Queen B5. Wow, this all played out like what you said.
Veselin only has 13 minutes on the clock.
Anand's rooks are like, we're so much happier without those pawns.
I know.
So much happier. Please just get rid of our queens like pawns every game.
Be our guest. Okay, so Queen B4, the position on the board. Oh no, and Queen E1.
No, I'm still catching up.
Yeah.
Knight D4 gets played to trade off one of these pieces, increase the reach versus B2. But B3 is solid enough for the moment. Nails the pawn on B3. So white might need to find a moment to play like Knight C4, Rook B3, Knight A5, like in an endgame or a middle game. At some point, you abandon this pawn to go after this pawn. Otherwise, essentially, your majority looks frozen and not really of value. Here we are, Queen E1.
This is the live position.
Eyeing the pawn.
Okay, how do we continue to pile on the pressure?
Yeah, tough work for both players in this position. This is
Okay, can I? What if I make a move like Rook C3?
Yeah. I think one of the ways to think about this position is just what are we planning in case of knight c4? We just always want to have a plan ready for black, because we can think of it instead of like trying to add on pressure, just we can think like, what does white want to do? And there's not a lot of ways for white to improve their position. Right? I mean, their pieces are stuck behind this knight, and if the knight moves, b3 hangs. So basically, all we have to do is watch out for knight c4 from the black perspective.
So let's make a pass move. I'm even struggling to think of a pass move that doesn't do anything. But let's say king f8. I hope I haven't. But king f8, I exposed the king. So let's go king h8, just to make a safer pass move.
So white
c4.
plays knight c4. And we're going to play queen b3, hitting the rook on a2. And so knight a5, queen a2 is no good.
Yeah. Okay, so knight c4 isn't a threat. So
we're safe at the moment. We're safe at the moment from knight c4. So what would Veselin do if it were his move again? That's what Anand maybe needs to figure out. Is there some other move he could do? Rook b2, rook back to a1. I know it only went to a2 recently, but it seems unfortunate there. If it were on a1, then maybe Anand would take the second rank.
By the way, sorry, David, but I've just seen Ringt's comment in the chat, and I had never thought of it in those simple terms. But he's saying, anyone know why Armageddon here is 10 versus 7 rather than 10 versus 8, considering the normal Armageddon is 5 versus 4? I'm like,
I didn't even know that 5 versus 4 was standard. And I mean, I believe ranked, but I wouldn't have known that. I feel like I've seen 4 versus 3 and 5 versus 3, and
I think I'm with him. I think 5 versus 4 is the norm. Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, vaguely speaking, I have no experience playing Armageddon games myself, or really any high stakes games of any kind, but I would think that 5 versus 4 would favor black and 5 versus 3 would favor white. Yeah. That's my guess. So I imagine that something like 5 versus 3.5 might be close to fair, and maybe people don't use that because it uses a fraction. But 10 versus 7 seems reasonable to me, despite the results so far. I don't know.
I mean, they've also been using that time control for a while. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I thought you were losing me. Yeah, I mean, they've been using that time control for a while. I'm sure they've put a lot of thought into it, but I'd never thought of it in these simple terms that Ring put. And I mean, if this year, if white just keeps on winning,
right,
then maybe something needs to be changed.
Yeah. Do you know that they used 10 versus 7 in previous years?
I'm fairly certain.
Fairly certain. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm with Foos. I like the idea of an auction where basically you bid on how much time you want, and the player who bids the lowest amount of time gets black. So like, let's say we know white starts with 10 minutes. Then you could say, I'm willing to take black with 7.5 minutes and draw odds. And someone else would say, I'm willing to take black with 6 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the bidding system is interesting, but it's only ever been used, I think, in US tournaments, right? I've never seen it be used anywhere else.
Yeah, Ken makes a good point that the more time you add, the less the time difference matters, right? So like if you extrapolate to like a classical time control and you gave white 20% extra time with draw odds to black, then in classical chess, you would expect all the players would want black and they would do very well, right? Like if you were talking 120 minutes against, 96 minutes or something. Yeah, 96 minutes. I mean, that feels like it would be really nice for black.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, this actually does make it's a very good point by Ken. And maybe that explains why 7-10. Who knows? Maybe Black will start winning some Armageddon games soon and reinstate the balance. But so far, it's really been very, very one-sided.
Yeah, we're up to 6-0.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we still haven't had a move by Vishy, who is now, well, he's got plenty of time on the clock. So maybe we can go back, because we had a move by Anish in the other game, where after rook c1 he has gone queen b4.
Queen b4. So I guess the idea is if white trades, he'll take with the bishop with check and see if he can't grab b2, but he's got to watch out for queen c8.
Yeah.
So go for it, Hao. Take that rook off the board.
I mean, also, if you don't take it, then what else?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm all for it. Take that rook, but watch yourself. Take that rook. Just get it off the board and then see what comes next.
But Wang Hao is doing a sensible thing. He still has half an hour on the clock. I think I'm with you. I think he will take. I think he will take the rook on c4.
Yeah. What else to do? I mean, if you don't, there's queen b3.
I think today we're gonna get all Armageddons. I think everything's gonna end in a,
yeah. This one looks, this one looks very likely, although like, here's the thing. If we trade and go here, Black can't take on b2, can they? Because of this. So it may be difficult for Anish to prove this position here with the bishop against rook, now that Hao got a rook trade. I think practically speaking, the game really favors Hao after the rook trade.
I think we'll see that. So let's see, after rook takes, bishop takes, king e3. Can Black somehow force white to just go for that repetition?
Yeah, I mean, first you'd have to secure the bishop on a safe square. Then you'd have to go after the b2 pawn or after a perpetual check. And what white would like to do.
What if I give you a check on but b6, you have queen d4. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, what white would like to do is re-centralize the queen, cover dark squares with the queen, pawns on light squares, and somehow shield the king from perpetuals.
Yeah.
Then whether or not white has a winning plan is a whole other question. But so far, we don't have the rook out. So maybe when we get the rook out, we'll have some ideas.
But I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I was going to say that Wang Hao hasn't captured yet, but he has just captured on c4.
Yeah.
After queen takes, are there any, can we find a perpetual there? Unlikely, right?
I think it's a little bit unlikely that there would be a direct perpetual because our bishop's really not in the game. So she by herself.
And if I go queen b3 and take b2?
Right? Yeah, so question is, can white's king come out or maybe queen d3? But queen d3, you can grab the pawn on any move.
I can also give you a check. No, I can't give you a check first. Never mind.
Okay, I'm thinking queen d3 in this position.
Okay.
And on queen b6, of course, queen d4.
Yeah.
So you get this pawn, and then I grab this one. And I think black can just draw this endgame. Not because of perpetual check, just because I don't know how you ever break through 3-on-3
And the king is too open.
with
as
the rook
well.
versus bishop.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah. Feels like the best that either side can do at that moment.
There's a question in the chat from Furry Jester. Why not queen b6? I'm not sure in which position. But yeah, I
it
think
may have
queen
been
b6.
in this position here. And there it's, yeah, this is actually dangerous for black. If white keeps the queenside pawn, then the rook versus bishop endgame should be winning for white. Just via, like, you bring your king to b6 and sack your rook on a6.
Yeah. But we've had a move. King c2 has been
Oh.
played.
Instead of running away, his king is preserving that crucial queenside pawn.
Crazy.
It had been under so much attack before, I just assumed it would run away. But I mean, now we are in an endgame. You know, it can get perpetual checked, but it can't get mated anymore.
Okay, so what if I go queen b3?
Yeah, queen b3. Bishop b3 has just been played, but yeah, queen b3 looks good too. So king b1, queen e4, that's a no-no. So king c1, queen c4, king d2, queen c2, king e3, queen b2. I think he just, he can't win without the b pawn. So I think he's just taking a repetition right here. No, king d4. What? No, that's got to be a mistake. They agreed to a draw. They put kings in the middle of the board.
I think so, yeah. I think they
He must have
actually,
put
yeah,
king.
king d3 and bishop c4.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a bit of a scare there.
There's no way.
No.
Maybe they've agreed to a draw and put the kings on like e4 and
I
b4
think
or
so.
something.
Yeah, I think so. I think the game, Ken in the chat is also saying they drew. So I think we can take that as confirmation. So our fourth draw for today, Wang Hao against Anish Giri, will be reconvening in 20 minutes for another Armageddon game, which leaves us with only Wesley and Topalov and Vishy Anand. So let's go back there.
Yeah.
So after queen e1, he did go rook c3.
Yeah. Like you thought, rook b2, getting out of queen takes b3. However, if you play knight c4 here, wouldn't rook take c4 win for black now? So white is still not threatening any kind of progress, really?
Yeah, it's not a fun. I mean, we have our extra pawn, but it's not a fun position to play.
Yeah, white's position doesn't even look good. Like if black played rook d3 here and chased the knight back, then the e4 pawn will be hanging.
Yeah. Yeah, and if e4 drops, then black must be seriously better, surely.
Yeah. Huh, it's become uncomfortable for Veselin.
And it will keep becoming more uncomfortable. I mean, 10 minutes on the clock, still 10 moves to go until they reach move 40.
Yeah. Come on, Vishy, give us one game without an Armageddon. Let's.
I mean, you predicted a Vishy win.
I did, and I wasn't feeling it for the last few moves. I felt like he had enough to hold the balance, and nobody was going to do anything. But now, these rooks on b2 and b1 look so bad, so bad. There could be some hope.
Yeah.
Like, let's say rook d3. I'm thinking knight f1 from white. Maybe that's bad. Maybe that would actually allow knight c4. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting too excited. If I allow knight c4, then suddenly, you know, white's better again. So what do I want to do?
It's one of those positions where it looks so pretty, but you don't want to touch all the pieces are sort of on their ideal squares.
Yeah. Okay, white's mildly threatening knight c4 here. So we need a clever move for black. Artie's saying rook d4. It's the move I was thinking about too, but I didn't see that either rook takes c4 was working here. Oh, We just take on e4 probably.
E4 just drops, yeah.
That's probably what to do. And then, you know, knight d5 can come in and anchor the rook, and, you know, we can keep playing the whole position for black.
Yeah.
So rook d4 is an interesting candidate move here. Absolutely.
Wait, did Vishy make a... Vishy did make a move because Veselin's clock is
Okay,
running.
let's see if we can find it. Rook c3, rook b2, rook d8, rook db1, knight d7.
D7.
Maybe headed to c5. And that's where we're at. Knight d7 has just been played. So against knight c4.
If I was white, I would love to get some pieces off. I mean, so crammed.
He's lining up for knight d3.
Yeah.
And even the knight on c4 isn't going to like fully solve white's problems, right? Because black plays knight c5, threatens knight d3. Maybe knight takes a4 or knight takes b3 in some situations. And yeah, white needs something immediate. But rook c2, black could take. Rook c1, black could take. Oof. Right? Even this. It's like takes, knight b3.
Wait, did we miss something better there? Because the knight, the bar briefly. What are we missing here?
Oh,
can I?
Here's a nice move. Thanks. Thanks for stopping me.
Rook c4 once again. Yeah.
That's some nice, you know, overworking of these white pieces.
Very, very
Rook
nice.
Knight just grabs a piece. And on queen b4, you have to see rook c1 check and then take. Otherwise, your own rook would be overworked covering the c5 knight, right?
Yeah. David, I think we're going to let Veselin figure this one out. We're going to take a very quick break now so that we don't miss any decisive action. And we'll be back with this final classical game, as well as the Armageddon starting between Wang Hao and Anish Giri very shortly. So don't go anywhere and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to chess.com's coverage of Norway Chess 2022. We are headed towards the end of round 2 here and watching a huge rematch of the 2010 World Championship match between Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand.
What do you think, David? Is Vishy gonna get the win? Is he gonna find a way to break White's defenses?
You know, I think there's a chance. Veselin's under a lot of pressure here with 5 minutes left, and that's basically it. There's a 10-second increment, but they never get an infusion of another 30 minutes or another 60 minutes. You know, one thing that has happened, in addition to, we talked about the advances of opening theory, but chess itself has sped up since Topalov was a regular player, right? So, yeah. I mean, I imagine he's more or less never practiced playing this like 10-second increment in a serious game.
Yeah, and I think in a way it's easier to catch up with theory than it is to, you know, get that amount of practice for the faster time controls. I mean, you can practice at home, of course, you can play fast games, but it will never be the same as sitting opposite, you know, the best in the world in an actual tournament setting. So yeah, tough challenge here ahead for Topalov.
Yeah. Said there's a lot of drawing scenarios here, right? I mean, Black's got 1 pawn left on the queen side. Most situations of 4 versus 3 on the king side would be a draw. If you took queens off the board, White would be in absolutely no danger. I mean, it wouldn't matter if he had 1 minute left on the clock, he'd be fine. So Vishy, we see, is investing a lot of time. Like, he senses, he's looking for some way to create serious problems, because he senses that, you know, in the next 2 or 3 moves, if Topalov finds a way to reduce the pressure, like maybe queen b5 would be an idea here, right? You might lose a pawn, but gain a draw.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess we can't really stop queen b5. I don't think we want to go back rook b8 or rook c5. And then, I mean, you had talked earlier about knight c5. Can we jump in with that knight either to c5 or to e5?
Right. Yeah, maybe so. And then the question, you know, is queen b5 just enough to grovel out a draw in that position? Or can Black play queen d4 sort of very aggressively and I say aggressively because we're leaving our a pawn behind, right? And just try to win off of pieces in the middle.
But Vishy isn't. I think he's not gonna do something like that, right? He is not gonna give up the pawn on a5 if there is no concrete reason to do it. So yeah, I'm with you. I think he's trying to find a way, but he needs to find a way that doesn't, you know, leave him in a worse position.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the idea would be like knight d3, but after knight f3, it probably fails. The rook finds room to stay on the second rank. And
yeah, knight f3 is a very nice resource.
Yeah. So yeah, so I don't know. So this is the situation, right, where Vishy's thinking, and yeah, queen b5 is just one bailout option. There might be more ideas going on in this position.
Vishy taking, I mean, Vishy might sense that if he doesn't find something here, that there just might not be anything, that White is just White has found a solid setup.
Yeah. I guess there would be like an option, again, a very risky option of you let White trade on b4 and you take back with your a pawn. So basically you give White the passed a pawn, but your idea is you keep your space cramp. You win the b3 pawn at some point, and your b4 pawn is dangerous. That might provide some winning chances. So what would that look like? That would be like knight c5, queen b5, knight d3, or something of that sort, right? And then queen b4, a b4, rook a2, and play this.
And then what?
Yeah, I mean, knight c1, rook b2, knight d3 is a draw, but that's nothing special.
I mean, to be honest, I think objectively speaking, this is the most likely scenario for this game, that we will see some kind of repetition like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wang Hao and Anish's board has been set up again for them, but they still have another probably 15 minutes break, right? 14, 15
I would
minutes.
say less, I think. I mean, maybe my time, I felt, oh, they will be off very shortly.
Okay.
Not very, okay. I was thinking 5 minutes, but we'll see. I'll keep an eye on that board. So we'll jump back there as soon as they start.
Something's been played. No, that was just, these are just my variations, huh? Okay, these are just my variations.
Yeah, so, oh, he's gone rook b8.
He has done rook b8. Okay, that's why it's showing up for me here. I'm going to refresh my board. I was like, somebody played rook b8 on my board.
So rook b8 saying no queen b5 for you.
Okay, it just won't show up for me. I'm sorry. So folks, rook b8 has been played here, and we'll have it on the board in a moment.
There you go.
Rook b8. So, I mean, the only way I can really interpret this is that queen b5 was kind of a saving idea for white, and Anand just decided to prevent it and keep the tension on, you know, and
yeah, and Veselin, I mean, it's also an uncomfortable position for Veselin, because although it feels like you have a solid setup, you just need to keep making moves, and you need to make sure that whatever move you make, you know, doesn't give up anything. And that's going to get harder and harder to do with only 4 minutes on the clock. And you know that even when you get to move 40, which is 8 moves away, even then you'll only have 10 seconds, as we talked about.
Yeah, at this point, every minute he spends is like, that's big spending. He's emptying his bank account for what he's going to have to deal with later.
Goes rook d1.
Goes to the open file with rook d1. Now, as long as the knight can't move off of d2, it's not actually helpful, particularly to have a rook on d1. So all that can happen is you get sort of pinned on the d file, right? If black doubles up. So knight c5, that's what I expect from Anand, and it comes quickly, and Veselin needs an idea.
He very quickly goes rook b1.
Yeah, I mean, at least if he spent a move on rook d1, he planned a little bit of a something there. He's trying to untangle the rooks from where they were stuck behind the b pawn.
Interesting question in the chat from Andy Lee. What does white do about knight c5? So that has been achieved, and then queen a3 and knight takes b3. So,
well, basically white would just trade everything then, right? White would trade a bunch of pieces on b3, and then at the end, you know, there's a choice of defensive options after a general trade on b3, and we can show it here with knight b3, which, you know, wouldn't be played in this position, but we can just show the position more quickly that Andy's talking about. In this position, there's going to be a choice of defensive options for white. One would be something like rook d4, covering the pawn for a bit, and another would be something like rook d7, letting the pawn go and staying active. And you know, that option would look sort of like this, right? You get your rook active behind the a pawn on the 7th rank, and sometimes that provides an adequate defense.
Although here in this particular case looks a bit scary.
Yeah,
because you're not, I don't know if you can generate enough. Also e4, if you move away.
Very specific, but black may have the move queen c6 in this position. And queen c6, if you take on a5, we've got rook b1, queen c7. And otherwise, we got out from behind the pawn. We can advance it or play rook a8. And control things. So black may have a specific way to take advantage of this from white, but
generally
speaking, I mean, this is.
By the way, they have liftoff in the other game, so maybe we can go there.
You were right on the time. You were right on the timing. I thought they would still be on break.
So we get another Najdorf.
Is that right?
Right.
Repeating their opening, are they? Yeah, I realize.
So do you think, what do you think? Will we see the same opening? Or will they mix it up?
Yes. I think we'll see the same opening. Yeah, I think Wang Hao was pretty confident with the position he got, and he pushed Anish pretty hard in that game. And I think Anish doesn't really know what else to do, so he'll just roll the dice with the Najdorf again. Also, in general, they both strike me as having some confidence, and confident players are more likely to go back in for the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, for us to play a game and after the game is done, you think that you were doing well and I think that I was doing well, and we run right back into the same thing. That's kind of like a confident person sort of decision.
But what we have on the board here looks very interesting. So the black king is out on e7. Is that something that black needs to be worried about? I guess not, if Anish plays into it so quickly.
I think not so much. Yeah, this game, Wang Hao played g4 since it was allowed, and then quickly knight d5 and knight e7. And actually, in a recent blitz game of mine, I played queen e7 in a position just like this. And afterwards, I was going over the game with the grandmaster, and they said, your queen would be better on c7 or b6 or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but I had to recapture the knight. And they said, so why not just put your king on e7? Then you can play queen b6 in one move. And it completely solved the position. Like, it was like immediately much, much better than what I'd done.
And
so
11 in the chat.
Thing.
11 in the chat actually says that this is from Giri's own Najdorf course.
So he's following the course, huh?
Yeah.
The course is for real. The course.
He always has those, that sweet marketing in mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we have?
I mean, if you can pull it off, what better marketing is there, right? I mean, you play the opening against the best players in the world with the move that you said you were going to play.
Yeah. So a5 now, that knight on b3, I don't like that there so much.
It's not happy either, no.
No, but where do I want that knight to?
Hao says, if you play a4 to kick my poor stupid knight, the whole queen side will be frozen. You'll have no more progress. That's clever. It may have to go somewhere bad, but what will black be able to do then?
Yeah,
I guess d5. I guess there'd be one plan left.
Yeah, but do you want to go d5 while the king is still on e7? I guess we can't really make use.
I mean, if we want to win the game, we have to open a file. So king f8, he is preparing d5. It is coming. And as soon as the king heads this way, yeah, the only thing for white to do is h4, g5.
I was just going to say, I mean, this doesn't look, I don't like the look of this for Wang Hao, because g4, g5, as you were saying, is the only plan I can think of, while black is ready now to play d5, and we still have this knight on b3, which is so out of the game.
Yeah, lots of problems for white. Black's ready to play knight c4, and you never want to tuck bishop c1 with your rook on a1. I mean, it may be like an obvious thing to say, but you want to have queen e2 and rook d1 in, and then you can play bishop c1.
He's actually gone queen e2.
Yeah, I think after knight c4, he's just too late to untangle his pieces. Oh, tucks it over here. Okay, that's the queen's job there. Okay, well defended by Hao. Those were good moves to play.
And now what? Can I go rook d1?
I think it might be a4, knight c1, d5 right here.
Yeah. But I can't really stop you from going d5 anyway, or can I?
Right. Just thinking this might be a moment to play a4 where it's going to lock the rook out for a moment. Although, I mean, the knight does come back into the game.
Anish just taking some time to
Taking some
tuck
time.
that king away. I mean, Anish has got plenty of time, right?
Right.
Sort of saying to Wang Hao, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, the king just wanted to like get into bed, get cozy, cup of tea, book to read. And yeah, I think Black's position's a little bit better, but White's somewhat recovering as well.
Bishop a6 is a nice move. I mean, that queen, yeah, I thought that queen might have to move. It was feeling very uncomfortable with the queen on e2, the rook on f1.
This isn't comfortable either.
No,
Problems and
it
problems.
really isn't. But okay,
Here's the
bishop
move I wanted.
h3. Yeah, at least finally a threat at last.
A whisper of a threat. I've been wanting this move. I'm happy to see it. I also thought this rook should get off of the a6 bishop's diagonal. Rook e1.
Can we go g5 or are we just weakening ourselves?
So I think he's afraid that he can't really counter knight f4 just
true.
yet. So he's waiting on it.
Bishop c8. Okay, so the bishop has done its job. It's kicked out the queen from e2, kicked out the rook from f1 and goes back to c8.
Yeah.
David, how do we ever get that knight from b3 into the game?
C1 to d3, and it's still a long way from home. I suppose, actually, with the queen covering b2, knight d2 would have made a lot of sense. You
Fair
trade
point.
it, or you go knight f1, knight e3. But we got bishop f1 first. I'm not sure why, and then knight d2. So, a little similar idea. It's just if the knight goes back to b6, then I don't know what we're doing on d2 again. Giri trades. I don't like it, but what do I know, right? Like every time there's a question, every time they play something I don't like, they're right and I'm wrong,
But I'm with you. I think Wang Hao has done a great job of keeping this position more or less in the balance. I thought, a4?
He's stopping the rooks from doubling.
Yeah.
White's got the bishop pair now, right? So now we're in a situation where, like, if you play b4 as Black, White can trade here, and suddenly, Black's just worse in this endgame. Maybe even a4, maybe rook a1 here, and it can go the wrong way. So
let me very quickly help out GPA in the chat, who's been trying his best. So right now we're looking at the Armageddon. The Armageddon is 10 minutes for what? 10 minutes for White and 7 minutes for Black. And they get a 1 second increment starting from move 40. In the classical time control, it's 2 hours, and starting from move 40, you get a 10-second increment. And yes, final effort, Wang Hao is back. He had some health issues. He said he's been better. So fantastic to have him back.
I can see this rook on d2 heading over to the king side.
Yeah.
Just so the queen's not trapped,
I mean, also, once the rook has headed to g2, then there's some potential bishop take a6. Wow, g5.
Whoa, we get some action there. Okay.
Yeah.
So why can't Black just play h5? Is he going to sack a pawn with g6 to keep the king side open? I don't think Hao wants to lock the king side. I don't see how that would ever help him here. So
yeah, he must have a plan.
What's he planning against h5?
f4. Wow.
Okay. So he's saying the knight's far away from the fight for the center at the moment, right? Locked out by the g5 pawn. So if Black had time to play knight f8, knight g6, of course, Black's position would be great. But Hao strikes while the knight's on h7. Now it starts to head back. Can he continue striking? Like, is e5 a move? Or
what if I just go something like bishop e2? How are you going to defend? Because it's g6. I felt like g6 is maybe not a move you want to make. No, it just goes bishop g3. What does bishop g3? Does he want to use the f file? No.
He's getting out of the way of a tempo. He was going to have to move it anyway. But yeah, I don't know. Like, what's the idea on knight g6? Will he then play bishop e2 and try and grab that pawn?
Time situation, Anish, just over 2 minutes now, and I feel Wang Hao is currently turning this around. I feel he was under a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
But now he's up 2.5 minutes on the clock, and he has opened up the position. Those bishops are starting to come alive.
Yeah, he's definitely comfortable here. And despite having that bad position early on, he's maintained the time advantage. Oh, I see an idea for him to put the rook on f5. I finally have an actual idea.
And maybe that's coming. Rook f2 played.
Pressure this, and you let your queen back into the game. So I guess we're going to see g6 probably from Anish here next. He needs to keep his time up a little bit better. Right. I know he started down 3 minutes. Now he's down 2.5, but that it's like worse and worse as you get down to the end.
G6 is always, G6 is always a move that I feel you're so wary of making when you have no dark squared bishop to defend those.
He refuses to do it. I think he needed it.
Rook f5, here comes your move.
Yeah. And then it'd be like queen d2 here. Because if rook d8, b5 falls. So it'd be queen d2. And then if g6, he can even play rook d5. See, that's why you can't. You had to prevent this rook from getting here.
Yeah.
Had to prevent this rook from getting here. Now white's really starting to like hit all the angles with the long range pieces.
Is Wang Hao going to make it 7 out of 7 wins for white? David, what do you think? Yeah.
I can feel that coming now. Yeah. I mean, again, look at that time advantage, right? In a random position with all the pieces on the board, right? Anish would have to be a bullet specialist to...
David, sorry to interrupt you. I think Vesel and Topalov just lost on time. We don't have to go there. We'll have time to see it. But I think Topalov just flagged. So we'll get to that.
Literally flagged a couple moves before move 40.
Yeah, he had 3 moves to make.
We should have had our eyes on that game instead of the Armageddon. Who knew that game would be decided by time scramble first? Okay, now g6 comes in.
Okay, so
the question is, can white just play rook d5 here? And the answer is white can just play rook d5 here, right?
I mean,
no, he doesn't. I was wrong again.
But just because he didn't play it doesn't mean it wasn't possible, right?
Well, I've had almost everything wrong for like this entire tournament. Like I can't.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it after. Look, the bar isn't going in anywhere.
Am I missing something? No.
You're just better than Wang Hao. Don't be so defeatist.
Yeah, right. Rook f6.
Okay, rook f6, rook d8. And now what? I would love to play something like bishop d3 and just sack on g6 eventually, but
I want to go for it.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, it also lets you double on the f file.
What now? 35 seconds, by the way.
Queen
for
f2
Anish.
played, hitting f7. Knight c5. Oh, defending it from b3. Okay, don't hang your rook, David. Knight e4, attacking everything. No! No!
Okay, but what if we take... but f7.
I guess queen can go to the diagonal? Or bishop could go to the diagonal? Bishop g2?
What a mess.
How about bishop g2?
I have no... I don't understand anything.
Bishop g2, knight f2, bishop c6, knight g4, king h3, knight f6. And if you take, the knight escapes. Total failure.
And Wang Hao is taking some time now. What?
That's just me misclicking, folks. Don't worry.
Okay.
The bishop g2 line is maybe playable. It's like weird. Sacrifice. I imagine Wang Hao's like calculating it pretty deeply, right? Because it goes like here, 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 here. And now if the rook sacks here, then in this position, you collect this at the end. It's kind of messy, but I don't think it's
yeah,
gonna be
but
good
you're
for
not
white.
going to win it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be good. So he's going to have to play like queen f3 or something here.
How did that happen? How did the knight even? It happened so fast. Suddenly there was just a knight on e4.
The knight came off of e6 and suddenly e4 was attacked 3 times, you know? And it's like, oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? You know? And then e5, knight e4. Oh.
And Wang Hao, he's going to have to make a move.
Okay,
though,
we have a
because
6 suggestion from chat, Fiona, of queen f4. That's the kind of move that could flag your opponent, right? If
I
knight
like
takes, he takes.
I like that Andy says just queen f4. Like, what are you guys, worrying about? Just
Can't
queen
take on
f4.
f6, right, says Andy, but the computer thought that black could. Okay, so we're getting this line that I mentioned, bishop g2. Check here. This line is not good for white.
No.
I mean, he thought about it for such a long time and then just
But
played
only
something
10
bad.
seconds for Anish. He has his 1 second increment, but you don't. Okay, we must be not receiving moves, surely.
Yeah, there's no way he would think 15
No.
seconds about knight takes rook, right? I mean, there must be some delay, or somebody made a move that was sort of illegal because they were playing so fast, put a piece on an illegal square, confused the DGT board. Oh, okay. Instead of just queen f4, we're being told simply queen f4 or queen f4 without worries. Well, you guys are very, very relaxed about like a bullet game with other people's pieces hanging.
Meanwhile, we've lost
yeah, since we've lost control, let's check their suggestion, right? Knight f6, gf6, very exciting. Queen h6 is threatened. And the computer is poo-pooing it. I think that after pawn takes, queen h6, queen f6 will cover the king side just fine. Okay, millions of moves starting to come through again. Someone's fixed the board. And it's showing Anish with a time advantage as well as a winning position. I don't know how he got a time advantage out of this thing. Woo, if the king came up, rook d2 would have won the game. So Anish gets one of the rooks off the board. And goes to opposite colored bishop endings. He's assured of at least not losing for black, but I think he just gave up his win.
But he doesn't even need to win, right? He's happy to make a...
That's right. It's an Armageddon.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Anish, after 6 straight wins for white, he's going to be the one to end the drought. And I think we had a draw. There's again no more moves. I think a draw was agreed, which basically means Anish wins, or at least wins the extra half point. But David, I mean, now, okay, this game was crazy, and we're gonna have to pull up, of course, the Topalov Vishy.
Yeah, I'm just upset. I mean, Hao defended so well, you know, he had 4 minutes against like 30 seconds in a decent position, and it came apart.
But kudos to Anish, who, you know, like he was pressing at first, then Wang Hao fought back, but he didn't give up. And I think, thoroughly
he's that moment with knight c5 that was very alert. I mean, it was like a risky thing to go for. We have to remember that he had like no time to make this decision, right? Like he's in this situation here, you know, he had like 20 to 30 seconds at this point in the game, and he pulled the trigger on knight c5. He's going after a light square, you know, bishop g2 is coming. He does this, and he had to calculate queen f3, queen g2, bishop g2 are just instinct at all. Yeah.
No, so kudos to Anish, who's the first player, as Gamma Delta is saying in the chat. Of course, it had to Anish to make the draw and break the streak, but kudos to him. I mean, as we've seen in the previous games, it's not an easy task getting anything as black from these Armageddons. And the two players played 2 very, very exciting games today. So kudos to both. And now, David, let's get to this. Let's get to this.
The only classical game decided today. Let's see if Anand really managed to get a big advantage, or if Topalov just ran out of time while holding the position together. So rook d3 was played by Anand here. So if knight c4, he'll probably trade. And on rook takes, he can keep playing the game just fine. He wins his pawn, but he doesn't trade too much. On queen takes, he can take the pawn on e4, I imagine, and also keep playing the game.
Yeah.
So rook d3, I give it full marks for evil. Your opponent's in time pressure. This is just the kind of thing you want to do. So it looks like that cost Topalov another half of his time to come up with the move here. And he's trying to avoid the pawn being captured on e4, but it's just another weakness, you know, and it's not resolving his pieces yet. Anand pursues the pawn. Knight c4 looks possible and does get played. Okay, that makes sense, Veselin. Knight a4. So on knight b3, knight d2 would ruin things, huh? Or even knight a5.
What a mess.
Go to a5. Knight a5. Yeah. So Anand had to take on a4 to keep it going. Threatens knight c3. Rook a1 was played, and after knight c3, he won on time, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it must be, right? Like the bar, because it's moved 36, the bar indicates the position is still in the balance.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Veselin was pretty close to solving this. I would say queen on e1 looks like a safe square to me to avoid knight forks. And if queen b3, you can take on a5. I guess you have to be able to get your knight back off of the edge, right? Maybe it's
I cheated again, David. After queen e1, there is a4.
Oh, so we need to be even more careful. Oh, killer.
I mean, I think in this game, really kudos to Vishy, who from a quite dry position, like he really found the most challenging moves at every turn to keep asking questions.
Extremely challenging. I mean,
yeah.
It may look like Veselin flagged in a position that Stockfish is saying is 0.00. I can't imagine many people fighting their way through this with no increment and only a couple minutes on the board. This looks really, really hard to solve. I mean, yeah, queen d6 is a move to consider ranked, but after simple queen b3, you still have to get the knight back from a5 before you can say that you're saving this game, right? There's a lot of game left for black here, who can try and keep the knight trapped on a5, or who can try to attack e5 or f2 while the white pieces are discoordinated. If this knight were on f3, sure, white would be fine. But here, who knows? It's still scary. So I don't see any one move here that is clearly holding the game together for white.
Yeah, no, I think even if he'd made the time control, maybe he would have helped, but to play this position with only 10 seconds at every turn would still have been a huge challenge.
Yeah.
David, that means all the results for today are known. Let's have a look at what happened today. This game here that we have just finished analyzing is the only game, as we mentioned, that has been decided in the classical portion. And it means that Vishy Anand, who's now the sole leader after 2 rounds.
Right. Full 6 points. And yeah, what can you say? He's delivering everything that the fans have been calling for. Today's game was fantastic. I mean, a real masterclass in keeping the tension and putting pressure and avoiding trades. You know, it's not always easy to avoid trades. So fantastic, much to learn there. And he will be at the top of the standings. And who else? I guess Wesley So will be among those in second place, or will be the only one in second place, because Wesley won his classical game yesterday. So Wesley should surely have the second most points.
So here we see the leaderboard actually after round 2. Wesley So on 4.5 there behind Vishy. Wesley So, who today beat world champion Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon, and Anish Giri in the third. So actually, one of the things that's interesting with this system is that the leaderboard, you know, usually in most tournaments, they're all so close to one another. But here, after only 2 rounds, the standings are already all over the place. Anish Giri doing well so far, having won both Armageddon wins. Magnus in 4th, he will be looking to strike back tomorrow. And then at the bottom of the table, we have Veselin Topalov, but of course, early days.
Yeah, Well, I have to heartily agree with you. I mean, just looking at this leaderboard is a huge argument in favor of this format. I mean, after just 2 days, it looks interesting, exciting. It tells you stories about who's doing what and what kind of form everybody's in and who's played just a little bit better than who when it came down to a few seconds at the end of these epic games.
For sure. And yeah, well, we are coming to the end of this game, of this round of the Norway Chess event. See one more time the results. Anish Giri, the only player so far after 2 rounds to have not lost as black in the Armageddon.
Right.
So very interesting stuff. Tomorrow's pairings, Carlsen, I was just saying he will be eager to strike, and I think tomorrow's white against Radjabov, he will give it his all there.
Yeah, Vishy, our leader, will be back there with white as well, and Anish Giri in 3rd place with white against Wesley. So that is a tall task. I have not really seen Wesley lose many games. I can think of one game at the American Cup that he lost last month, but it's been so rare to see Wesley lose. So we'll see if Anish can make anything of that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching round 3 with everybody tomorrow.
For sure. Norway Chess, a very exciting event, but it's not the only exciting event, because the Junior Speed Chess Championship is nearing its final conclusion. The battle laid out for the share of $35,000 prize fund and a spot in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. The final match will start on June 6th at 8 a.m. Pacific, where the 2 Indian superstars Nihal Sarin and Arjun Erigaisi battle it out. You can follow this epic match on chess.com to see who will be crowned the Junior Speed Chess Championship champion. That's one I'm very much looking forward to as well. Both of them, just fantastic players, lovely people. So that's coming up next Monday. Very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I will not be missing that match. Can't wait to see it. Nihal is a well-known speed demon with one of the highest ratings in the world in the sort of Hikaru ranges of the stratosphere. But Arjun Erigaisi has been coming up really quickly lately, and I think he'll give him a good match.
Absolutely. And let's quickly, before we wrap up, have a look at the schedule for this Norway Chess tournament. Tomorrow, round 3, same place, same time, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. I think none of us will be here tomorrow, David, but I believe you and I will be back here 2 days from now on June 3rd. So yes. Have fun, everyone, tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching us today. And David and I will be seeing you a couple of days from now. Thank you, David. It was a lot of fun and exciting round.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Great show. And we'll see everybody later.
See you all soon.